I still replay that evening in my head sometimes, even years later. Not because it was a particularly profound moment, but because it was the night everything shifted, the night I learned some places hold secrets that mock logic. Back then, I was 26, full of that youthful confidence that makes you believe you're invincible, especially in nature. I'd grown up in the Pacific Northwest, surrounded by towering pines and the kind of damp, mossy air that clings to your clothes. Hiking wasn't just a hobby for me, it was practically a religion. I lived in a small town called Astoria, Oregon, a place known more for its historic cannery buildings and misty coastal charm than for its untamed wilderness. But if you knew where to look, just a short drive inland, the landscape changed dramatically. That particular summer, I'd been exploring a lesser-known section of the Saddle Mountain Wilderness area. It wasn't the main, well-trodden path to the summit. No, this was a forgotten offshoot, a faded old logging road that branched into a barely there deer trail, eventually leading to a cluster of ancient growth that locals mostly left alone. It was perfect for someone like me, who craved solitude and the feeling of being truly immersed. I usually kept my hikes to daylight hours, but that day I'd miscalculated. A sudden, unexpected patch of rare wildflowers had captivated me, and I'd spent too long trying to capture them with my amateur camera, fiddling with settings, trying to get the light just right. Before I knew it, the sun was dipping below the tree line, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, but also plunging the forest floor into deep shadow. My headlamp was tucked deep in my pack, a backup I rarely needed. That was my first mistake, a classic one, underestimating time and overestimating my efficiency. The air, which had been comfortably warm earlier, now carried a distinct chill. The sounds of the forest, usually a comforting symphony of rustling leaves and distant bird calls, seemed to grow muted, replaced by an unsettling quiet. I quickened my pace, navigating the familiar twists and turns of the trail, trying to make it back to my car before true darkness swallowed everything. My boots crunched on pine needles and loose gravel, the only sound breaking the encroaching stillness. That's when I saw it, or rather, felt it. I was nearing a section of the trail I'd passed many times, a slight incline where an old, abandoned wooden gate stood. It was just an artifact of a bygone era, perhaps marking an old property line or a forgotten logging road. It was weathered, gray wood, leaning a bit, and always latched shut with a rusted chain, though the chain was more decorative than functional. It never moved. It just was. But that evening, as the last sliver of sun vanished behind the ridge, plunging the forest into a twilight gloom that felt heavier than usual, I watched it. The gate. It slowly, deliberately began to swing open. Not a violent, wind-blown jerk, but a smooth, silent arc, as if pushed by an unseen hand. There was no breeze. The air around me was utterly still, the leaves on the surrounding trees motionless. My breath hitched in my throat, a cold knot forming in my stomach. The rusted hinges let out not even a whisper of a squeak. It simply opened, revealing a blacker void beyond. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drum in the sudden, oppressive silence. The gate, that ancient, forgotten sentinel, now stood agape, a dark maw leading deeper into the forest than I'd ever intended to go. Every logical bone in my body screamed for an explanation. Wind, an animal, a hidden spring mechanism, but there was no wind. The air was dead still, the towering firs around me unmoving, their needles perfectly silent. No animal, however large, could have orchestrated such a smooth, deliberate motion without a sound, without a tremor in the surrounding undergrowth. And a mechanism. This was an ancient gate, rusted solid, not some modern contraption. I stood frozen, my breath held captive in my chest, watching the blackness beyond the open gate. It wasn't just the absence of light, it was a deeper, more profound darkness, as if the very air had congealed into something opaque and heavy. My headlamp was in my pack. I slowly, carefully reached for it, my hand trembling as I fumbled with the zipper. The silence magnified every rustle of my jacket, every thud of my own frantic pulse. Finally, my fingers closed around the familiar cylinder. I pulled it out, flicked it on. The beam, usually a comforting pierce through the gloom, felt weak, swallowed almost immediately by the dense shadows around the gate. The light barely kissed the first few feet beyond the opening, revealing only more dense foliage, an even narrower path choked with moss and fallen leaves. It didn't look like a trail, it looked like an intrusion, a deliberate break in the wilderness that nature had tried to reclaim. And yet, the gate was there, clearly man-made, marking something. My mind raced through local legends, old logging stories, even childish ghost tales. Nothing fit. Saddle Mountain was known for its beauty, its challenging terrain, not for inexplicable, silently opening gates. This was a wild place, yes, but a predictable wild place. Until now. A primal urge screamed at me to turn and run, to scramble back down the familiar path, back to my car, back to the world where gates stayed shut unless pushed. But a stronger, more insidious pull held me captive. It was the same curiosity that had led me to this forgotten corner of the wilderness in the first place, the same impulse that made me seek out the edges of the known. Plus, I rationalized, if I ran now, I'd never know. It would haunt me, a nagging question mark in my otherwise orderly life. And what if it was just some bizarre, natural fluke, a branch snapping somewhere, subtly shifting the balance of the old gate, causing it to fall open? My logical brain, desperate to assert control, clung to that slender thread of possibility. Swallowing hard, I took a tentative step forward, then another. My boots crunched loudly on the pine needles, the sound echoing in the unnerving quiet. I stopped just before the threshold of the gate. The wood was rough beneath my fingertips as I cautiously reached out, touching the weathered post. It felt cold, colder than the surrounding air. I nudged the gate itself. It swung freely, silently, as if its rusted hinges had been oiled moments before. No resistance, no creak. Just a smooth, effortless motion. This wasn't a fluke. This was deliberate. My heart was a frantic bird in my chest, but my curiosity, a potent and dangerous force, pushed me forward. I had to see. I had to know. With my headlamp cutting a small, trembling cone of light, I stepped through the gate. The air immediately felt different on the other side. Heavier, colder, and utterly still. The forest canopy here seemed thicker, blocking out even the last vestiges of twilight, plunging everything into a deep primeval gloom that my headlamp struggled to penetrate. The faint, earthy scent of pine and damp soil was replaced by something else, something subtle but distinct, a hint of petrichor, like rain on dry earth, but without the rain. And something else underneath that, something metallic, almost like old copper, or maybe just my imagination playing tricks. The path beyond the gate was barely discernible. It wasn't cleared, just a subtle depression in the undergrowth, as if something heavy had been dragged along it repeatedly over decades, pushing aside the moss and leaf litter. The trees here were different too. Older, far older than any I'd seen in the Saddle Mountain wilderness. Their trunks were massive, scarred by time, draped with thick, shaggy moss that hung like ancient beards. Some of them had unusual, almost gnarled growths, like skeletal hands reaching out from the bark. They didn't feel like normal trees. They felt watchful. My breath hitched, the silence pressed in, a physical weight. The forest sounds I'd grown up with, the distant hoot of an owl, the rustle of a nocturnal creature, the gentle sigh of the wind through the pines were completely absent. It was an unnatural quiet, as if sound itself was muffled, absorbed by the ancient woods. I walked slowly, my senses on high alert, every nerve jangling. Each step felt like a betrayal of my survival instincts, yet I couldn't stop. The small, uncertain beam of my headlamp danced ahead, creating fleeting, monstrous shadows from every twisted branch and moss-covered rock. The ground beneath my feet felt firmer here, less yielding than the usual forest floor, almost as if I were walking on packed earth or a very old, overgrown stone path hidden beneath the debris. After what felt like an eternity, but was probably only 10 minutes, the subtle path began to widen. The trees, while still ancient and imposing, seemed to grow slightly further apart, allowing for a bit more space. That's when I saw it. Through a break in the gnarled trunks, a faint, almost phosphorescent glow. It wasn't the harsh, artificial light of a distant cabin, or the soft, natural light of bioluminescent fungi. It was something else entirely, an ethereal, pale green luminescence, pulsing faintly, just barely visible. It beckoned, drawing me further into the strange, silent woods. My legs felt heavy, but I pressed on, my heart pounding a rhythm against the crushing silence. As I drew closer, the glow resolved into a clearing, and in the center of that clearing, something impossible. It was a structure, not a cabin, not a shack, not anything I recognized. It was a monolith, a tower of dark, polished stone, unlike any rock formation I'd ever seen in the Pacific Northwest. It was perfectly smooth, almost seamless, reaching up towards the unseen sky, its top lost in the thick canopy above. The green light emanated from strange carvings etched into its surface, spiraling patterns that seemed to shift and writhe at the periphery of my vision, almost like living things. They weren't hieroglyphs or any known language. They were abstract, yet intensely purposeful, flowing lines that made my head ache when I tried to focus on them. The stone itself was obsidian black, reflecting the faint green light with an unsettling sheen. It hummed with a low, almost imperceptible vibration that I felt more in my bones than heard with my ears. It wasn't cold to the touch or warm. It simply was, a monument to something ancient and utterly alien. I stood at the edge of the clearing, hidden by the massive trees, unable to move. My headlamp was still on, but its beam was swallowed by the strange light of the monolith, rendering it useless. The sheer scale of it, the impossible perfection of its construction in such a remote, untamed wilderness, shattered any remaining vestiges of my rational mind. Who built this? When? Why? As I stared transfixed, I noticed something else. Around the base of the monolith, embedded in the ground, were what looked like scattered fragments of what might have once been a complex circular arrangement. Not broken pieces of the monolith, but different stones entirely, duller, rougher, arranged in a decaying ring. It was as if something had been placed there, perhaps a long time ago, and had since crumbled or been disrupted. My gaze was drawn back to the monolith itself. The pulsing green light seemed to grow brighter, then dimmer in a slow, rhythmic beat like a giant, alien heart. The swirling patterns on its surface now seemed to shift with the light, creating an optical illusion that made the stone appear to ripple, to breathe. It was mesmerizing, terrifying. I couldn't pull my eyes away. It felt wrong, intensely wrong, but I was rooted to the spot. The feeling of being watched intensified, a cold prickle on the back of my neck, not by an animal or a person, by the monolith itself. It felt alive in some strange, inert way. Suddenly a sound, or perhaps more accurately, a lack of sound. The low hum which I had only just registered ceased. The green light intensified dramatically, flaring outwards, momentarily blinding me. I instinctively raised a hand to shield my eyes, stumbling back a step. When my vision cleared, the world had changed. The clearing was gone. The monolith was gone. I was standing not in the ancient forest, but on a smooth, metallic platform. Above me, not the forest canopy, but a domed ceiling of a similar, dark, reflective metal, crisscrossed with faint, glowing lines that pulsed with the same green light. Around me, the air was still, utterly silent, and strangely artificial, devoid of any natural sense. It smelled faintly of ozone and something else, something sterile and metallic. My head snapped around, panic seizing me. The trees, the path, the gate, all gone. Instead, the platform I stood on extended outwards into a vast, cavernous space, dimly lit by the green lines in the ceiling. The walls curved away into impenetrable shadows, suggesting an enormous, enclosed area. This wasn't possible. One moment I was in a forest, the next here. It was like being teleported. My mind reeled, trying to reconcile what my eyes were seeing with everything I knew about reality. This was a dream, a hallucination. I must have hit my head. I pinched myself hard. The pain was sharp, undeniable. This was real. I was here, wherever here was. My headlamp, still clutched in my hand, cast its weak beam uselessly into the vastness. I was still wearing my hiking clothes, my boots. My pack was still on my back. Nothing had changed about me, only my surroundings. A cold dread settled deep in my stomach, colder than any mountain chill. This wasn't just mysterious. This was terrifying. This defied everything I understood about the world. I took a shaky step, then another, moving away from the spot where I had been standing. My boots made no sound on the metallic floor. The silence was absolute, heavy, almost suffocating. My own breathing sounded ridiculously loud in my ears, ragged and fast. I tried to call out to make a sound to prove I wasn't utterly alone. Hello, my voice was a thin, reedy whisper, swallowed instantly by the vastness. It didn't even echo. It was just absorbed. What was this place? It felt like some impossible underground bunker, or perhaps something even more fantastical, something out of science fiction. But there was no technology visible, no screens, no controls, just smooth, dark surfaces and the pulsing green light. As my eyes adjusted to the dimness, I started to notice details. The walls, as they curved away into the distance, had faint, almost invisible seams. Some of these seams occasionally glowed with a soft, brief flash of green, like circuits powering up, then fading. I walked cautiously towards one of the curved walls, my hand outstretched. The surface was cool, incredibly smooth, like polished glass but with the unyielding solidity of metal. No joints, no rivets, just a perfect, seamless curve. I ran my hand along it, searching for an opening, a door, anything. There was nothing. Panic began to rise, sharp and acid in my throat. I was trapped, here, wherever here was. And how did I get here? The monolith. It had to be the monolith. It wasn't just a structure, it was a gateway, a portal. I turned back to the center of the platform. There was nothing there, just the smooth, dark floor. The spot where the monolith had stood in the forest, the gate all gone. My thoughts were a frantic scramble. I needed to calm down. I needed to think. I took a deep, shuddering breath, trying to slow my racing heart. Okay, I'm here. How do I get out? Where is here? I looked up at the domed ceiling. The green lines pulsed rhythmically, a slow, deep beat that seemed to resonate deep within my chest. I stared at them, trying to discern a pattern, a meaning. They were similar to the carvings on the monolith, swirling abstract, but here they were part of the structure, integral to the glowing light. Suddenly, one of the glowing lines in the ceiling intensified, growing brighter than the others. It stretched downwards, a beam of concentrated green light, stopping just a few feet above the floor, directly in front of me. It solidified, becoming a column of pure energy, shimmering and vibrant. I recoiled, stumbling backwards, my heart leaping into my throat. What was happening? From within the column of light, shapes began to coalesce. Not solid objects at first, but shimmering distortions, like heat haze or water, slowly resolving into something more definite. Two figures. They were tall, slender, and seemed to be made of the same dark, polished metal as the room itself, but with a slight translucency, as if light passed through them. They were humanoid in general shape, but their limbs were too long, too graceful, and their heads were elongated, smooth, devoid of any visible features like eyes, nose, or mouth, save for faint, intricate patterns that glowed with the same green light. They didn't appear to have any clothing, their forms perfectly integrated with their metallic skin. My blood ran cold. These were not human. These were aliens, or something utterly beyond my comprehension. They moved with an unnerving smoothness, stepping out of the light column, which then dissipated as quickly as it had appeared, leaving only the two figures standing before me. They made no sound. Their movements were fluid, graceful, without any wasted effort. They radiated an aura of immense power and ancient intelligence. They stopped a few feet away, observing me. I couldn't tell if they had eyes, but I felt intensely scrutinized, as if every fiber of my being was being catalogued and analyzed. I stood frozen, unable to move, unable to speak, my entire being screaming in silent terror. One of them slowly, deliberately, extended a long, slender arm towards me. No hand, no fingers, just a smooth, tapering appendage. It stopped inches from my face. I could feel a faint hum, a vibration in the air around it. It wasn't threatening, not overtly, but it was unnerving, an invasion of my personal space by something so profoundly other. Then a voice, not spoken, not heard with my ears, but directly in my mind. It was clear, resonant, and utterly calm, devoid of any emotion. Greetings, indigenous life form. Do not be alarmed. You are safe. The words were in perfect English, my native tongue, yet they held an alien quality, a slight delay or echo, like a thought being translated in real time. My jaw dropped. Telepathy. Of course. Why not? Nothing else about this situation made any sense. I managed to stammer out a response, my voice hoarse. Who? What are you? Where am I? The mental voice responded just as calmly. We are guardians. This is a nexus point, a traversal chamber. You have entered a forbidden zone. Forbidden zone, I repeated, my mind struggling to process. I was hiking. There was a gate. It opened. Indeed, the gate mechanism was activated, a rare occurrence triggered by specific energy fluctuations. Your proximity at the precise moment of activation led to your ingress. Energy fluctuations? What are you talking about? I looked from one silent, metallic being to the other. They were utterly impassive. The monolith, as you perceived it, is a portal, a conduit between dimensional planes. It fluctuates. Your presence, combined with the anomaly of the gate activation, created a resonant field. You were drawn in. Drawn in, I echoed weakly. So I'm not in the forest anymore. Where am I? You are within a facility, an ancient observational and transit station located outside your dimensional plane. Your perception of forest was a projection, a necessary interface for your psyche during transit. My head spun, a facility, outside my dimensional plane, forest a projection. This was too much. It sounded like something out of a pulp sci-fi novel, but here I was standing before these beings. I need to go back, I said, a desperate edge entering my voice. I have to get back. My car, my life, I just want to go home. The entities exchanged what I could only perceive as a silent, instantaneous communication between them, a flicker of green light between their smooth heads. Return is not immediate. The portal requires recalibration following an unscheduled activation. It will take time. How much time? I pressed, my heart sinking. Uncertain, the variables are numerous. It could be cycles or more. Cycles or more. My mind immediately translated this to weeks, months, years. Panic, raw and unadulterated, surged through me. My family, my friends, my job. They'd think I was lost, dead. No one knew I came out this far off the main trail. I can't stay here, I cried, my voice cracking. You have to send me back. I didn't mean to come here. Your distress is noted. However, your presence here is a unique event. It presents opportunities. Opportunities, I glared at the smooth, expressionless face of the entity that had spoken. For what? To be your guinea pig, to be stuck here forever. The other entity, which had been silent, now extended its own arm, not towards me, but towards a section of the curved wall. A faint green light traced a rectangular outline on the dark metal. With a soft, almost inaudible hum, a section of the wall slid inward, revealing an opening. Beyond it, a brightly lit chamber. Come, we will provide you with sustenance and information. You will learn. There was no warmth, no reassurance in the voice, only a cold, logical imperative. I looked from the new opening to the two silent guardians. What choice did I have? I was trapped, utterly out of my depth, facing beings whose technology and understanding of reality were light years beyond my own. My only hope of getting back home, it seemed, was to cooperate. With a profound sense of helplessness, I followed them. They moved with that same unsettling grace, gliding rather than walking. I, on the other hand, felt clunky, loud, every step a jarring intrusion in their silent world. The new chamber was smaller, more contained, and much brighter. The light here was a soft, diffuse white, emanating from the ceiling without any visible fixtures. The walls were still the same dark, seamless metal, but here they were occasionally broken by recessed alcoves. In the center of the room was a smooth, metallic slab, like a minimalist table. The entities indicated the slab with a subtle gesture. Rest, consume. On the slab, a small, translucent cube pulsed with a soft internal light. As I approached, it shimmered, and a portion of its surface peeled away, revealing a clear, gel-like substance inside. It didn't look appetizing. It didn't even smell like anything. What is that? I asked, eyeing it with suspicion. Nutrient paste, synthesized for optimal biological function. Harmless. Harmless, I wasn't so sure, but I was starting to feel the exhaustion, the drain of the past few hours, the unexpected hike, the fear, the shock. My stomach rumbled faintly. Is there water? Another gesture towards the slab. A different section of the surface shimmered, forming a small depression that slowly filled with clear liquid. Hydration solution, also synthesized. I was thirsty. I eyed the liquid, then shrugged internally. If they wanted to harm me, they could do it in a million ways that didn't involve weird alien food. I scooped up a small amount of the water in my hand. It was cool, tasteless, and quenched my thirst immediately. I drank more, feeling a tiny spark of relief. Then the gel, I hesitated, then with a deep breath dipped a finger into it. It felt cool, slightly viscous. I brought it to my mouth. No taste, but as soon as it hit my tongue, I felt an almost immediate surge of energy, a warmth spreading through my body. My hunger pains vanished. It was unsettlingly efficient. Okay, I said, feeling marginally better. So you brought me here. What now? What are these opportunities you mentioned? The two entities remained silent for a moment, then the same mental voice addressed me. You are a unique specimen. Your species, designated Homo sapiens, is known to us, observed from a distance. Direct interaction is strictly regulated. Your arrival breaks protocol. Great, I muttered, so I'm a broken protocol. Your presence, however, offers a chance for deeper study. Your inherent curiosity, your adaptability, your cognitive structures, they are of interest. Study, I felt a fresh wave of alarm. What kind of study? Am I going to be dissected? No, our methods are non-invasive. We wish to understand your perception of reality, your emotional responses, your capacity for knowledge transfer. Knowledge transfer, I repeated, like you want to teach me things or you want to learn from me. Both. Your species is on the cusp of significant evolutionary development. Your interaction with the anomaly presents a unique data set. I stared at them. This was insane. I, a 26-year-old hiker from Astoria, Oregon, was suddenly a subject of interdimensional alien study. My mind struggled to grasp the enormity of it. So I'm stuck here until you're done studying me. Not necessarily. Should conditions for return be favorable and your understanding of our protocols complete, a return may be facilitated. And if I don't cooperate, I challenged, though the thought of resisting these beings sent shivers down my spine. Cooperation is advised. Your welfare is our priority. Resistance would be inefficient and detrimental to your well-being. The mental voice was devoid of malice, but the underlying threat was clear. I was a guest, but a captive one. I sighed, running a hand through my hair. This was my life now. Alien researchers, nutrient paste, trapped in a dimension-hopping facility. I had to play along. I had no other choice. All right, I said, forcing a calm I didn't feel. What do you want me to do? Where do we start? One of the entities stepped forward, and a section of the wall behind the metallic slab shimmered, revealing an intricate holographic display. It was a dizzying array of symbols, geometric patterns, and what looked like swirling nebulae. The green light pulsed through it all, connecting the disparate elements. Your education begins now. We will introduce you to the fundamental principles of cosmic mechanics, dimensional theory, and the nature of conscious existence. My eyes widened. Cosmic mechanics, dimensional theory. I'm just a hiker, not a physicist. Your current designation is irrelevant. Your capacity for assimilation is our focus. Observe, listen, learn. And so began my bizarre, involuntary education. They didn't speak with their mouths, but projected images, complex ideas, and vast amounts of data directly into my mind. It was overwhelming at first, like trying to drink from a fire hose. Concepts that would take years of human study were presented to me in moments, raw and unfiltered. They showed me images of galaxies, not as distant points of light, but as living, breathing entities, interconnected by unseen filaments of energy. They demonstrated how dimensions folded and intertwined, like delicate origami, and how my own reality was merely one layer in an infinite stack. They explained the monoliths, how they were ancient constructs, remnants of a long-lost civilization far older than anything I could imagine, acting as conduits for travel between these layers. My brain ached from the sheer volume of information. It felt like my mind was being stretched, forced to expand beyond its natural limits. I would sometimes reel back, clutching my head, feeling a profound sense of disorientation and nausea. But with each lesson, something shifted within me. I started to understand, not just intellectually, but intuitively. The concepts, initially alien, began to make a strange, terrifying sense. They presented me with a holographic representation of my own planet, Earth. They showed me the intricate web of life, the flow of energy, the delicate balance of ecosystems. They showed me my own species, Homo sapiens, as a young, striving, often destructive, but ultimately promising species on the cusp of a major transformation. Your species possesses a unique neural architecture, a capacity for abstract thought, empathy, and creative problem solving that, when properly channeled, can unlock profound potentials. What potentials? I asked, my voice barely a whisper, my mind buzzing with the cosmic dance they had shown me. The capacity to transcend your current dimensional limitations, to perceive the interconnectedness of all things, to harness energies currently beyond your comprehension. It sounded like spiritual enlightenment merged with advanced physics. I found myself asking questions I never knew I had, questions about the universe, about existence, about my own place in it. They answered with an endless stream of data, sometimes projecting entire simulated scenarios directly into my mind. Days blurred into an indistinguishable continuum. There was no sun, no moon, no way to tell time except by the rhythmic pulsing of the green lights and the cyclical presentation of nutrient paste and hydration solution. I ate when it appeared, slept when my body gave out, and awoke to more lessons, more data, more alien understanding. I learned about the Guardians, as they called themselves. They were not a biological species in the way I understood it, but a synthesized consciousness, a collective intelligence housed within these metallic forms. They were the caretakers of the nexus points, the overseers of dimensional stability, ensuring that no premature or catastrophic interaction occurred between nascent species and the wider cosmos. Their existence was one of eternal vigilance and impartial observation. "So you just watch?" I asked one day, feeling more comfortable, though never truly at ease in their presence. "You don't intervene." Intervention is rare and always calibrated. We guide, we observe, we prevent catastrophic imbalances. Your unscheduled arrival is an instance requiring calibrated action. So studying me is your calibrated action. Precisely, you are a variable, an anomaly within a regulated system. Understanding your variable nature is critical to ensuring minimal disruption to your designated developmental trajectory. It was dehumanizing, yet I couldn't deny the sheer scope of their perspective. I was a tiny cog in an unimaginably vast machine, and they were the engineers. My memory, once so specific to trails and wildflowers, now contained constellations, quantum fluctuations, and the deep, silent hum of the universe. My senses seemed to sharpen. I started to perceive faint energy signatures in the air, a subtle vibration in the metallic floor, things I would have dismissed as imagination before. One day they projected an image of the monolith again, but this time I saw it differently. I saw the intricate energy conduits woven into its stone, the subtle harmonic frequencies it emitted, the way it acted as a lens for dimensional flux. It wasn't just a stone pillar, it was a machine, ancient and powerful. You perceive now with greater clarity the nature of the transit device. Yes, I breathed, my mind still reeling from the sheer complexity of it. But how did it open? You said it was unscheduled. Indeed, the gate at your point of ingress is a failsafe, a resonant chamber designed to react to specific high-frequency energy emanations from within your local dimensional reality. These emanations were amplified by an external source, causing a temporary destabilization of the portal field, and thus its activation. An external source. I felt a prickle of unease. What external source? The projection shifted, showing a vast, swirling cloud of dark energy, distant but immense, moving through the cosmos. It was an abstract representation, but it conveyed a sense of malevolence, of destructive power. A disruptive force, a parasitic entity that traverses dimensional boundaries, seeking to consume nascent realities. It distorts the fabric of space-time, creating chaotic energy signatures. These signatures reached your sector, causing the portal to briefly destabilize. My blood ran cold. A parasitic entity. You mean a monster, something that destroys worlds. A force of entropy. It consumes and corrupts. It is attracted to nascent realities like your own, rich with potential energy. Its presence near your dimensional plane is what caused the fluctuations that open the gate. So I wasn't just in the wrong place at the wrong time, I murmured, a new, terrible realization dawning on me. I was almost consumed by this thing. Your proximity was a confluence of unfortunate circumstances. The portal's failsafe mechanism activated, drawing you in before the full impact of the entropic field could manifest at your specific location. So the gate opening, which had terrified me, had actually saved me. It had pulled me into this alien facility, away from a cosmic horror I couldn't even begin to imagine. The sheer irony was astounding. Is it still out there? I asked, a tremor in my voice. Its trajectory has shifted. It is currently moving away from your immediate sector. However, its influence lingers, and its return is inevitable. Inevitable, I stared at the Guardians. So my world, my home, it's in danger. All nascent realities are vulnerable. The entropic force seeks to consume them. It is a natural, yet devastating, cycle of the cosmos. But your guardians, I argued, can't you stop it? Don't you protect places? Our mandate is to maintain balance, not to eliminate fundamental forces. We prevent premature collapse, ensure that each reality has the opportunity to develop. Intervention on the scale you suggest is not within our capabilities, nor our purpose. We manage the flow, not the source. My shoulders slumped. My world was doomed, and these all-powerful beings were just watching, observing its inevitable destruction. However, the mental voice continued, your presence here presents an unusual opportunity for proactive countermeasures. Your species possesses a unique aptitude for adaptation. We believe, with proper guidance, your consciousness could be conditioned to interface with the dormant defense systems of your world. Dormant defense systems, my head snapped up. What are you talking about? Long ago, another advanced civilization, aware of the entropic threat, established a network of protective relays within your planetary system. These relays are currently inert, requiring a specific resonant frequency to activate, a frequency your species, with proper conditioning, may be able to generate. Me, I pointed a bewildered finger at myself. You want me to activate an alien defense system for Earth? Your cognitive patterns, your biological structure, your emotional resilience, these align with the requirements for such an interface. It would be a monumental undertaking, and there is risk. What kind of risk? Catastrophic neural feedback, cognitive dissonance, loss of self, or, should you succeed, the burden of immense power and knowledge. My mind reeled. This was a jump from simply studying me to giving me a cosmic mission. They wanted me to become a weapon, a key to an ancient defense system against a reality-devouring entity. Why me? I asked, my voice barely audible. Why not one of you? Our forms are not suited for direct interface with the relays. The system requires a biological, evolving consciousness, one capable of adaptation and intuitive resonance. Your species is uniquely positioned at a point of rapid evolution and neurological flexibility, making you a prime candidate. I looked at the smooth, metallic faces of the Guardians. They were offering me a choice, though I suspected it was an illusion of choice. What else could I do? Stay here forever as a specimen, or try to save my world, even if it meant risking my mind, my very existence? The thought of my home, my family, the towering pines of the Pacific Northwest, the familiar damp air, it fueled a desperate resolve within me. I was just a hiker, but maybe, just maybe, I could be more. Okay, I said, my voice gaining a surprising strength. I'll do it. Tell me what I need to do. The Guardians remained impassive, but the mental voice held a subtle shift, a hint of what might be approval. Excellent. Your training will intensify. We will begin with the foundational principles of energy manipulation and psionic resonance. Your current capabilities are rudimentary, but they exist. We will cultivate them. My education, already rigorous, entered a new phase. Instead of simply absorbing information, I was now tasked with applying. The principles, my education, already rigorous, entered a new phase. Instead of simply absorbing information, I was now tasked with applying it, with making the theoretical practical. This was no longer just about understanding, it was about doing. We will begin with the cultivation of fundamental psionic resonance, the mental voice of one of the Guardians articulated. Its metallic arm gestured towards a new holographic display that materialized in the center of the chamber. This wasn't swirling galaxies anymore, but intricate diagrams of energy fields, cellular structures, and what looked like a human brain, pulsing with faint electrical activity. Your biological form generates a complex bioelectrical field. Your consciousness, when focused, can subtly manipulate this field. We will teach you to amplify and direct it. I had no idea what that meant. How do I amplify it? I asked, my voice sounding small in the vast, silent room. Observe, the Guardian projected an image directly into my mind. It was an abstract representation of my own consciousness, a swirling vortex of faint energy within the anatomical outline of my head. Then, with a subtle shift, the image began to glow brighter, its swirls becoming more coherent, more directed. Focus your internal awareness. Visualize the energy within you, not as abstract thought, but as a tangible force. Imagine it coalescing, strengthening. I closed my eyes, picturing the faint energy vortex they'd shown me. It was hard. My mind kept wandering to the absurdity of the situation, to the cold reality of my captivity, to the feeling of being a biological experiment. But I pushed those thoughts away. I had to do this. This was my only way home. This was Earth's only hope. I concentrated, trying to feel something, anything. My eyelids fluttered open. Nothing. The guardians remained impassive, their smooth forms radiating an almost unsettling patience. Insufficient focus, the voice stated calmly. Your emotional turbulence creates interference. Acknowledge the fear, but do not allow it to dominate. Transmute it into determination. Transmute fear. Easier said than done when facing alien beings who could pluck you from one reality to another. But I tried again. I acknowledged the fear, the confusion, the deep existential terror. And then I focused on the why I was here, my home, my planet, the people I loved. That determination, raw and fierce, began to burn within me. I closed my eyes again, and this time when I visualized the energy, it felt different. Like a faint warmth in the center of my skull, a subtle hum beneath the surface of my skin. It was still incredibly faint, but it was there. Progressing, the Guardian noted. Now direct it. Channel that coalescing energy towards a specific external point. Another holographic image appeared, this time a small, iridescent sphere hovering in the air before me. Focus your amplified internal energy upon the sphere. Imbue it with your intent to move it. I stared at the sphere, my forehead furrowed in concentration. I pushed mentally, trying to send that faint internal hum outwards. Nothing happened. The sphere remained perfectly still. My head started to ache. This went on for what felt like endless cycles. Frustration gnawed at me. I was a hiker, not a Jedi. I could move mountains with my legs, but a tiny sphere with my mind. It felt impossible. But the Guardians never wavered. They offered corrections, refined my visualizations, helped me identify and address internal blockages. They showed me subtle biofeedback loops, demonstrating how my breath, my heartbeat, even my thought patterns influenced the energy I was trying to wield. The process is not one of brute force, but of resonance, they taught me. You are not pushing the object. You are resonating with its fundamental energy signature, subtly influencing its state of being. Resonance, that word stuck with me. I stopped trying to force the sphere to move and instead tried to feel it, to connect with it. I imagined its atoms, its subtle vibrations, and then I imagined my own internal energy aligning with those vibrations, influencing them. It was excruciatingly difficult. My mind would wander, my focus would break. Sometimes, after hours of what felt like intense mental exertion, I would collapse onto the metallic floor, utterly drained, my head throbbing. But each time, after a period of rest and nutrient paste, I would get up and try again. The memory of the entropic force, the swirling darkness, was a constant cold spur. Then one day, something shifted. I had been staring at the sphere for what felt like an eternity, trying to achieve that elusive resonance. My mind was quiet, almost meditative. My breathing was deep and even. I felt the subtle hum within me, stronger than before, like a low-frequency current flowing through my veins. And then I reached out, not with my hand, but with that internal current. I felt a connection, a faint, almost imperceptible tug. The sphere shimmered. It wasn't much, a tiny, almost imperceptible tremor, but it moved. My eyes widened, I gasped, and the connection broke. The sphere hung still again. Significant progress, the Guardian's voice echoed in my mind, a subtle note of what I perceived as approval, a breakthrough. That tiny tremor ignited a fire within me. It wasn't impossible. I could do this. From that point on, my progress, while still arduous, accelerated. The Guardians provided new exercises. Instead of just a sphere, there were now multiple, each requiring a different subtle manipulation. Sometimes it was movement, Other times it was a change in luminescence, a faint flicker of light from within the sphere itself. I started to feel the energy not just as an internal hum, but as something I could extend beyond my body. It was like an invisible limb, an extension of my will. It was exhausting, but exhilarating. My mind was constantly working, constantly perceiving, constantly pushing at the boundaries of what I thought possible. I also began to notice changes in my environment beyond what the Guardians presented. The green light in the facility, which had once seemed uniform, now pulsed with subtle variations that I could detect. The metallic walls, once seamless, now revealed faint, intricate energy patterns woven beneath their surface. It was as if my senses were being peeled open, layer by layer, revealing the hidden fabric of this alien reality. During these training cycles, the Guardians continued to provide theoretical knowledge. They explained that the dormant defense systems on Earth were not just static relays, but ancient, semi-sentient constructs. They called them Aegis nodes. The Aegis nodes are designed to generate a protective field around your planetary system, the Guardian projected, showing me a holographic image of Earth, encircled by an intricate lattice of glowing energy. They draw upon ambient stellar and planetary energies, amplifying them through complex crystalline structures. However, they require a specific harmonic frequency to initiate activation, a psychic key. "And that's what I'm supposed to provide?" I asked, focusing on a small, hovering, pyramid-like object, trying to make it rotate on its axis. It twitched, then slowly, hesitantly began to spin. "Precisely. Your species, Homo sapiens, possesses a unique neurological flexibility, a capacity for intuitive synthesis that aligns with the requirements of the Aegis. Previous attempts by other nascent species proved unsuccessful due to insufficient cognitive adaptability or over-reliance on external technologies." "So you're saying humans are special," I mused, a wry smile touching my lips as the pyramid completed a full rotation. "Your species exhibits a rare confluence of factors that make this intervention viable," the Guardian clarified, ever precise. "High neuroplasticity, significant emotional depth, and an intrinsic capacity for abstract pattern recognition. These traits, when properly cultivated, allow for the generation of the necessary resonant frequency." They showed me simulations of what would happen if the entropic force reached Earth. The images were horrifying, the planet's vibrant blues and greens turning to dull, sickly grays and browns, the life forms dissolving into dust, the very fabric of reality fraying at the edges. It was a vision of absolute annihilation, a stark reminder of the stakes. This wasn't just about getting home, it was about saving everyone. My training progressed from manipulating small objects to influencing larger, more complex energy fields within the training chamber. I learned to draw ambient energy from the facility itself, to feel its hum and channel it through my own biofield. It was like learning to breathe a new kind of air, to feel a new kind of pressure. My body began to change subtly. I felt lighter, more energized despite the constant mental exertion. My senses, not just sight and hearing, but an entirely new sense, an awareness of energy, became dominant. I could feel the subtle shifts in the air currents, the faint electromagnetic pulses of the Guardians themselves. My dreams, when I allowed myself to sleep, became vivid, kaleidoscopic journeys through dimensional spaces and cosmic landscapes. The isolation was immense, yet the constant mental stimulation prevented me from truly breaking. I had no one to talk to, no familiar faces, no natural light. But I had a purpose, a terrifying, overwhelming purpose that consumed my every waking moment. and in a strange way, the guardians became my anchors, their cold, logical presence a constant, if unsettling, guide. Your consciousness is beginning to resonate with the underlying harmonics of this dimensional nexus. One guardian stated one day, after I had successfully stabilized a complex, swirling energy vortex they had generated. You are approaching the threshold for interface. The threshold, I asked, my voice echoing slightly in the vast chamber. Does that mean I'm almost ready? Your current state of resonance is sufficient for the initial activation protocol, the Guardian confirmed. However, direct interface with the Aegis nodes requires a deeper, more sustained connection. This will necessitate a transit to your home dimension. My heart leaped. I'm going back. Not yet. You will be transported to a secondary transit chamber, located within your dimension, but shielded and isolated from direct observation. From there, the full activation sequence will commence. A wave of apprehension mixed with desperate hope washed over me. Going back to Earth, even if it was just a shielded chamber, felt like an impossible dream. But the task ahead was still daunting, filled with risk. What happens then? I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. You will be linked directly to the primary Aegis node. This link will facilitate the transfer of your refined psionic resonance to the network. The energy generated will be immense. You must sustain the connection, channeling your intent to activate the full defensive grid. And if I fail? The guardians remained silent for a moment. Then the mental voice filled my mind with an image, the earth, consumed by the swirling darkness of the entropic force. The consequences would be terminal for your world. The weight of their words was crushing. It wasn't just my life at stake now, it was everything. Every person, every animal, every tree, the entire vibrant tapestry of my world. All right, I said, taking a deep breath. Tell me what I need to do. They projected a new series of images, detailed schematics of the Aegis nodes, their energy pathways, the specific crystalline structures they utilized. They showed me how to visualize the activation sequence, how to attune my consciousness to the node's dormant frequencies, how to become a living conduit for the power required. It was like learning a complex language, but instead of words, it was patterns of energy and intent. The final phase of my training involved intense simulations. I was immersed in a holographic environment that replicated the energy signatures of the Aegis nodes. I had to focus, to channel, to sustain the connection, while the Guardians bombarded me with simulated distractions, energy fluctuations, and mental noise designed to test my resilience and concentration. It was grueling, pushing my mind to its absolute limits. My head would throb, my body would tremble, and sometimes the sheer intensity would make me momentarily lose consciousness. But each time I pushed through, the images of Earth, vibrant and alive, versus the consumed, desolate wasteland were burned into my mind. They were my motivation, my anchor, my reason for enduring the unimaginable. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, though I had no true measure of time, the Guardians informed me that the secondary transit chamber was ready. Your biological parameters are optimized, the mental voice stated. Your psionic resonance is at a stable, sustained level. The temporal window for transit is now open. I stood before them, my hiking clothes feeling like a relic from a different lifetime. I was still me in a fundamental sense, but I was also vastly changed. My mind was sharper, my perceptions expanded, my spirit tempered by fear and forged by purpose. The simple hiker who had stumbled through a gate was gone. In her place was something more, something I didn't yet fully understand. "It is time," the guardian said, and a column of green light materialized before me, similar to the one through which they had first appeared. This time, however, it seemed to pulse with an even greater intensity, vibrating with immense power. I looked at the two guardians. They were still impassive, their smooth metallic forms unreadable. I had spent countless days with them, learning, struggling, transforming, yet they remained an enigma. They were not friends, not enemies, but ancient, impartial forces of the cosmos. "Will you be with me?" I asked, a faint tremor in my voice. "Our presence is not required at the interface point," the guardian replied. "The activation process must be initiated by your consciousness alone. We will monitor from this facility, ensuring dimensional stability during the transfer." Alone, the word hung in the air, heavy with responsibility. I was going back to my world, but not to the comfort of home. I was going back to face a cosmic threat, armed only with a newly awakened consciousness and the daunting task of activating an ancient, alien defense system. I took a deep breath, trying to calm the frantic beating of my heart. This was it, the moment I had been training for, the moment of truth. I stepped forward into the column of green light. The sensation was unlike anything I had experienced before. It wasn't the disorientation of my initial transit. This was a feeling of being simultaneously pulled apart and reassembled, of my very essence being stretched and compressed across vast distances. The green light enveloped me, becoming a maelstrom of raw energy, singing in my bones, reverberating through my soul. My vision blurred, then exploded into a kaleidoscope of colors and forms, too fleeting to comprehend. For a terrifying moment, I felt myself fragmenting, my consciousness dissolving into the boundless energy. Panic surged, sharp and cold. Loss of self, the guardians had warned. Was this it? Was I failing already? But then a memory, sharp and vivid, cut through the chaos. The image of Earth, vibrant and alive, pulsing with the precious life I was fighting to protect. My determination, honed by cycles of grueling training, asserted itself. I clung to that image, to that purpose, like a lifeline in a turbulent sea. I wouldn't break. I couldn't. The energy coalesced around me, no longer a threat, but a conduit. I felt the spatial dimensions fold and twist, not with my eyes, but with an instinctual understanding that had been cultivated by the guardians. I was no longer merely a biological being. I was a point of resonance, traversing the unseen pathways between realities. Then, as suddenly as it began, the sensation ceased. The green light dissolved, leaving me standing in a new chamber. This wasn't the vast domed hall of the Guardian's facility. This was smaller, more angular, and utterly devoid of any natural light, yet somehow brighter. The walls were still the same dark, seamless metal, but here they had a different feel, a faint, almost imperceptible warmth. The air was sterile, circulating softly with a hushed hum I hadn't noticed before. I took a shaky breath, my body still tingling with residual energy. I looked down at my hands. They were still my hands, scarred from old hiking adventures, trembling slightly. My old hiking clothes still clung to me, a stark contrast to the alien environment. I was intact. I was here. A new mental voice, different from the Guardians, spoke directly into my mind. It was less ethereal, more grounded, though still without a distinct personality. "Welcome, Key-bearer. You have arrived at Node Relay 01. Prepare for interface." My head snapped up. Node Relay 01. I was in one of the secondary transit chambers they had mentioned. the jumping-off point for activating the Aegis. The chamber was circular, and in its center, a large, intricate structure rose from the floor. It was unlike anything I had seen, even in the Guardian's holographic projections. It was a massive crystalline formation, shimmering with an inner light that shifted through a spectrum of greens, blues, and purples. Its facets were impossibly precise, reflecting and refracting the ambient light in dazzling patterns. It hummed with a deep, resonant frequency that I could now feel vibrating in my very bones. This was it, the primary Aegis node. Around the central crystal, forming a perfect circle on the metallic floor, were 7 smaller, pedestal-like structures. Each one held a smaller, perfectly formed crystal, glowing faintly in response to the central one. These, I instinctively knew, were the interface points. How do I interface? I asked, my voice a whisper. The mental voice responded. Approach the central node, extend your consciousness, allow the resonance to guide you, place your hand upon the designated interface panel. A section of the central crystalline structure, a smooth, obsidian-like panel, pulsed with a soft, inviting green light. It seemed to beckon me forward. I walked towards it, my boots making no sound on the metallic floor. The hum of the crystal grew stronger, resonating deeper within me with every step, feeling less like an external sound and more like an internal vibration. It was a sensation both ancient and utterly new. I reached out, my hand trembling slightly. As my fingers touched the smooth, cool surface of the panel, the green light intensified, flaring around my hand, then spreading rapidly across the entire central crystal. The smaller crystals on the pedestals flared in unison, their light connecting to the central node with shimmering tendrils of energy. A jolt like a surge of pure, raw energy coursed through my arm, through my entire body. It was intense, almost painful, but exhilarating. My mind reeled, overwhelmed by the sudden influx of information. Images, thoughts, feelings, all alien yet strangely comprehensible, flooded my consciousness. I saw the Earth not as a globe on a screen, but as a living, breathing entity, its continents, oceans, and atmospheres pulsating with energy. I felt the pulse of every living thing, the delicate balance of ecosystems, the vibrant, chaotic symphony of life. And then I felt the threat. A distant shadow, a coldness creeping closer through the void, the entropic force. It was still far away, but its presence was a cold dread, a promise of annihilation. The Aegis node, through my connection, was screaming its silent warning. The network is dormant, potential for activation confirmed, initiate harmonic frequency modulation. The voice in my mind, now tinged with a sense of urgency, instructed me. I closed my eyes, focusing all my training, all the hours of mental exertion, all the raw determination I had cultivated. I visualized the patterns, the energy flows, the specific resonant frequency the Guardians had imprinted on my mind. I reached deep within myself, drawing upon that amplified bioelectrical field, that psionic resonance, and began to channel it. It felt like singing, but not with my voice. It was a song of pure thought, of focused intent, resonating through my very being and out into the node. I felt the massive crystal respond, its hum growing louder, its light intensifying to a dazzling, blinding brilliance. The energy surge became immense, almost unbearable. My body convulsed, every nerve screaming in protest. I felt my consciousness expanding, stretching, trying to encompass the vastness of the node, the entire planetary defense network. It was like trying to hold an ocean in a teacup. Visions flashed before my eyes, countless stars, distant galaxies, the silent dance of cosmic dust. I saw other worlds, other species, some advanced, some primitive, all part of the vast, intricate tapestry of existence. And through it all, the cold, creeping shadow of the entropic force. Sustain the frequency. Do not break resonance, the mental voice urged, its tone laced with a new urgency. I grit my teeth, pushing past the pain, past the overwhelming sensory input. I held on, focusing on my purpose on Earth. I poured every ounce of my being into the connection, into the resonant frequency. I felt the Aegis node awaken. A wave of pure power surged outwards from the central crystal, through the 7 smaller ones, and then beyond, far beyond the confines of the chamber, into the very fabric of my world. It was like a massive electrical grid powering up, but on a planetary scale. I felt the relays clicking into place, the ancient systems stirring from their long slumber. I felt the Earth responding, a subtle shift in its own energetic field. The chamber vibrated violently. The light was blinding, washing out everything else. I was lost in a sea of pure energy, a conduit for power beyond comprehension. My mind was on fire, my body ached, but I held on. I had to hold on. Then a new sensation, not just power, but a sense of connection. I was linked to something vast, something ancient, something that had been patiently waiting for eons. I was part of it. I saw through the node the energy shield blossoming around Earth, a delicate, shimmering barrier, visible only to my newly awakened senses, but tangible nonetheless. It pulsed with the same green light that had brought me here, a protective veil against the cosmic darkness. A profound sense of relief, immense and overwhelming, washed over me. I had done it. I had activated the Aegis. But the task wasn't over. The power was still flowing through me, a raging river. The connection had to be stabilized, the network fully brought online, and the entropic force was still out there, its influence still lingering, threatening to destabilize the nascent shield. Maintain the link. The network requires full integration. The entropic field is attempting counter-resonance. The mental voice was sharper now, a stark warning. I felt it then, a subtle ripple in the newly formed shield, a dark, insidious energy pushing against it, testing its strength. The shield flickered, just for a moment, a tiny wobble in the vast energy field. I couldn't let it fail, not now, not after all this. I closed my eyes again, delving deeper within, pushing more of myself into the connection. I imagined the shield strengthening, solidifying, becoming an impenetrable barrier. I imagined the entropic force recoiling, repelled by the pure, life-affirming energy of the Aegis. The chamber pulsed, a rhythmic thrum that echoed the beat of my own frantic heart. My head felt like it was splitting open from the pressure. My hands were burning against the interface panel. I could feel every single node in the planetary defense grid spread across the world, humming to life, drawing energy, forming the protective web. It was a delicate balance. I was the bridge, the key, the weak point. If I broke, the shield would collapse, and Earth would be vulnerable. I pushed more power, more intent. The shield solidified, its shimmering green light holding firm against the distant, shadowy pressure. I felt a surge of triumph, a raw, primal roar of defiance against the void. Then a new voice, not the Guardian S, not the Node S, but a familiar, unsettling presence. It was not words, but a wave of pure, cold malevolence, a whisper of absolute despair and hunger, radiating from the distant darkness, the entropic force. It was aware of me. It was aware of the shield, and it was angry. The energy within the chamber became chaotic, swirling. The Aegis node pulsed erratically, its light flickering, battling the insidious counter-resonance. The pressure on my mind was unbearable, a tearing sensation as the entropic force tried to rip apart my connection to the node. My body spasmed, a cry escaping my lips, a real, audible sound, the first I'd made in this place that wasn't a whispered question or a pained gasp. I was breaking. The pain was too much, the malevolence too overwhelming. Focus, do not yield, your will is the anchor. The node's voice, now joined by a chorus of faint, ancient whispers from the depths of the Aegis network, urged me on. I tried to fight back, to push the darkness away, but it was like trying to hold back a tsunami. My strength was failing. The shield flickered again, more violently this time, and I saw a vision of cracks forming, of the protective barrier splintering. No, I would not let it happen. A new source of power, deep within me, ignited. It wasn't the psionic resonance I had learned, but something older, something primal. It was the fierce, unyielding love for my home, for the green forests, the rushing rivers, the simple, beautiful life I had almost lost. It was the love for humanity, for its striving, its flaws, its potential. It was the raw, unadulterated will to protect. I channeled that emotion, that love, that defiance into the node. It was a torrent of pure, unadulterated human spirit, something the cold, logical guardians could teach me to amplify, but never to truly feel. The Aegis node roared to life, not with cold energy, but with a vibrant, burning passion. The green light in the chamber intensified, becoming a beacon of pure, unwavering light. The dark, malevolent pressure against my mind recoiled, momentarily stunned by this unexpected, incandescent force. The shield around Earth solidified, shining brighter than before, its intricate lattice now humming with a stable, indomitable energy. The cracks vanished. The entropic force, for now, was held at bay. The chaotic energy in the chamber subsided. The overwhelming visions faded. The burning pain in my hands and head slowly receded, leaving behind a dull throb. I gasped for breath, leaning heavily against the interface panel, my entire body shaking with exhaustion. Well, I had done it. I felt the connection, still strong but now stable. I was woven into the Aegis, a living part of the planetary defense system. I could feel the hum of its vast network, the subtle shifts in its energy field. It was exhilarating, terrifying, and profoundly lonely. Activation complete. Aegis network is online and stable. Primary threat neutralized. The node's voice echoed in my mind, now calmer, imbued with a deep sense of power and ancient resolve. But the voice of the entropic force, though pushed back, still lingered, a cold, dark promise of return. I opened my eyes, blinking against the lingering afterimage of light. The central crystal still glowed with a soft, steady green, no longer blinding, but radiating a comforting warmth. The smaller crystals pulsed in harmony. I slowly, cautiously pulled my hand away from the interface panel. The connection remained, a subtle link, an awareness that I was now part of something far, far greater than myself. The energy hummed beneath my skin, an internal echo of the planetary shield. I was no longer just a hiker. I was the key bearer, the activator, the living conduit. And I was back on Earth, albeit in a hidden chamber. But I wasn't home, not yet. My mission had just begun. The overwhelming exhaustion was a heavy blanket, dragging me down. My muscles screamed, every nerve ending pulsed, and my head throbbed with a dull, persistent ache. Yet beneath it all was the subtle, constant hum of the Aegis. It was no longer a surge of pain, but a deep, resonant vibration, an extension of myself, flowing through my veins, singing in my bones. I was a part of it, and it was a part of me. My eyes slowly adjusted to the softer light of the chamber. The central crystal, though no longer blinding, still radiated a steady, comforting green glow. The 7 smaller crystals on their pedestals pulsed in perfect harmony. Connection stable, network operational. Congratulations, key bearer. The Aegis stands activated. The node's voice resonated in my mind, a blend of ancient power and subtle satisfaction. It was calm, steady, and utterly alien. I pushed myself upright, my legs wobbly beneath me. I felt like I had run a marathon, and then several more, all while having my brain rewired. My hiking clothes, once a familiar comfort, now felt like a second skin, imbued with the residue of immense energy. What now? I whispered, my voice hoarse. My words felt weak and utterly inadequate in the face of what I had just accomplished. Your primary objective is complete. The planetary defense grid is active. The immediate entropic threat has been repelled. Repelled but not gone, right? I asked, my voice barely audible. I could still feel the lingering malevolence, a distant shadow against the brilliant new shield. Correct, the entropic force is a fundamental constant. It shifts, it retreats, but it always seeks weakness. The Aegis provides deterrence, not eradication. So it'll be back, I stated, a chill running down my spine. Its return is probable. Its next manifestation cannot be precisely predicted. However, the Aegis will monitor its approach and provide early warning. And I'm the early warning system, I asked, looking at my hands, still faintly tingling. You are the primary interface. Your consciousness is the nexus between humanity and the Aegis. You will perceive its subtle shifts, its vulnerabilities, its needs. This was it, no going back to my old life. I wasn't just a hiker anymore. I was the key to Earth's defense, burdened with a cosmic responsibility. What about the Guardians? I asked, looking around the sterile chamber. Will they communicate now? The Guardians are observing. Their directive regarding your status has shifted from test subject to active asset. Their communications will be facilitated when necessary. The active asset, it was still dehumanizing, but at least I wasn't a specimen anymore. I had a job to do. How do I get out of here? I asked, gesturing vaguely at the seamless metallic walls. And where exactly is Node Relay 01? This chamber is located deep beneath a remote mountain range, within a geologically stable region. Its precise coordinates are keyed to your internal navigator. As for egress, approach the western wall. I turned, identifying the western wall by the slight shift in the energy patterns I could now perceive. I walked towards it, the hum of the crystal growing softer as I moved away from it, but never truly fading from my awareness. As I reached the wall, a section of the dark metal shimmered, a faint green outline appearing. It wasn't a door I could push or pull, it simply was. Your psionic signature, now attuned to the Aegis, will activate the egress portal. Focus your intent to open it. I closed my eyes, picturing the subtle energy flow I had learned to manipulate. I pushed outwards, a focused wave of my consciousness, towards the shimmering outline. With a soft, almost imperceptible hum, the section of the wall slid inward, then glided smoothly to the side, revealing a dimly lit tunnel beyond. The air that wafted through was cool and smelled faintly of damp earth and mineral, a stark contrast to the sterile air of the chamber. It was the scent of my home world. My heart hammered against my ribs. Freedom. A strange, terrifying kind of freedom. I looked back at the Aegis node, its green light a silent promise and a daunting burden. This was my sanctuary, my command center, my link to something ancient and powerful. I would be back. I stepped through the opening. The wall slid shut behind me, sealing the chamber once more. The tunnel was narrow and dark, illuminated only by faint, phosphorescent moss growing on the rock walls. The floor was rough, unpaved earth. I could hear the distant drip of water, the subtle creak of settling rock. It was real. This was Earth. The tunnel leads to a concealed exit point approximately 5 kilometers from this chamber. Your internal navigator is now programmed with the optimal path. Exercise caution. Your physical body is still recovering from the neural stress of activation. I nodded even though there was no one to see it. 5 kilometers. That was a decent hike, even for me, especially after what I'd just been through. My legs were still wobbly and my head felt light. As I walked, the faint hum of the Aegis remained, a constant companion. It was like an extra sense, a subtle awareness of the planet's energy field. I could feel the subtle shifts in the geological strata around me, the flow of groundwater deep beneath the earth. It was overwhelming, a cacophony of new sensations, but I tried to compartmentalize, to filter out the noise. This was my new normal. The walk was slow, punctuated by frequent stops as I leaned against the damp rock walls, catching my breath and trying to reorient myself. The Guardians hadn't lied. My body was paying the price for the immense psychic exertion. Every muscle ached, and a persistent tremor ran through my hands. After what felt like hours, the tunnel began to ascend, growing lighter as I moved upwards. Finally, I pushed aside a cleverly concealed panel of rock and earth, emerging into the crisp, cool air of a forest. It was night, a star-strewn sky, clearer than any I'd seen in years, stretched above me. The air smelled of pine and damp earth, a scent so familiar it brought tears to my eyes. I sank to my knees, burying my face in the soft moss, just breathing in the reality of it all. I was home. But it wasn't my old home. The forest itself seemed different. I could feel the intricate network of roots beneath the soil, the slow, steady draw of nutrients, the silent communication between trees. The rustle of leaves was no longer just wind. It was a symphony of biological processes, a subtle dance of energy exchange. I could even sense the faint life force of tiny insects crawling beneath the ferns. It was beautiful, terrifying, and utterly overwhelming. My senses, once normal, were now hyper-attuned to the hidden energies of the world. It was like listening to 1,000 conversations at once, all whispering at the edge of my perception. I closed my eyes, trying to focus, to filter. This was going to be harder than I thought. Your augmented perceptions will stabilize over time. Conscious filtering of sensory input is a learned skill. Do not resist it, integrate it. The node's calm voice offered. Right, integrate. Easier said than done when a squirrel chattering in the distance felt like a sonic boom of intent. I stood up, brushing the dirt from my clothes. My old hiking clothes felt ancient, stretched thin across a body that had endured a cosmic ordeal. I needed to get back to civilization. I oriented myself, recognizing the constellations in the night sky. I was in a remote part of the Pacific Northwest, deep in the wilderness. My old trailhead, where my car was parked, was probably a good 2 days hike from here, assuming I could hike at my previous pace. But with my current state of exhaustion and heightened senses, it felt like an impossible journey. I had no gear, no food, no water, and my phone was long dead, likely dropped during my initial transit. I need a way to get back, I muttered aloud, the sound of my own voice a strange comfort. The Aegis does not facilitate conventional transport. However, your enhanced cognitive functions may allow for accelerated problem solving. Great, so I was still on my own. I started walking, carefully picking my way through the dense undergrowth. Every snap of a twig, every whisper of the wind was magnified. I could feel the subtle shift in air pressure, the faint scent of distant rain, the rhythmic beat of a deer's heart somewhere nearby. It was too much. I focused on the steady hum of the Aegis, an anchor in the storm of new perceptions. It was a constant, grounding presence, reminding me of my purpose, of the barrier I had helped create. After walking for what felt like hours, navigating by the stars and an instinctual sense of direction I hadn't possessed before, I stumbled upon a faint, overgrown logging road. It was a sign of humanity, a jagged scar on the pristine wilderness, but a welcome one. It meant I was getting closer. The sky began to lighten, the pre-dawn glow painting the eastern horizon in hues of purple and gold. As the sun rose, the forest came alive with a new symphony of light and energy. I could feel the plants turning towards the sun, drawing energy, the intricate processes of photosynthesis playing out before my newly expanded perceptions. The logging road eventually led to a gravel road, and then, gloriously, to a paved highway. A small, unassuming sign indicated I was still miles from the nearest town. I slumped by the roadside, utterly spent. I couldn't just appear out of the woods, disheveled and wild-eyed. People would think I was crazy, or worse, call for help, and I couldn't explain any of this. I needed to figure out a story. A car approached in the distance, its engine a low rumble that grated on my hypersensitive hearing. I ducked behind a clump of bushes, not ready to face anyone yet. The car passed, a blur of color and noise. I closed my eyes, trying to calm my racing mind, to re-establish some semblance of normal perception. I concentrated on the hum of the Aegis, pushing away the overwhelming sensory input of the natural world. It was like trying to turn down the volume on reality. It worked to an extent. The world didn't seem quite so loud, quite so vibrant. The constant influx of energy didn't feel quite so overwhelming. Filtering complete, your ability to modulate perception is improving, the node acknowledged. I spent the next few hours walking, feeling the sun warm on my face, a sensation I now perceived as an intricate dance of solar energy. I focused on trying to make my steps even, to appear as normal as possible. Finally, a small gas station and diner appeared in the distance, a beacon of civilization. My stomach rumbled, a reminder of the nutrient paste I'd been living on for an unknown period of time. I needed real food, and I needed to make contact. I approached the diner cautiously. It was a small, worn place, the kind that served strong coffee and greasy breakfasts. As I pushed open the door, the scent of frying bacon and coffee was a delicious assault on my senses. The chatter of a few early morning patrons, the clatter of cutlery, the soft rock music playing on a radio, it was all almost too much. I had to consciously filter, to bring the world back into a manageable focus. I found an empty booth in the corner, trying to make myself look inconspicuous. A waitress, a kindly woman with tired eyes, came over. Just coffee for now, please, I croaked, my throat feeling dry and unused. And do you have a phone I could use? Mine's dead. She gave me a sympathetic look. Rough night, hun. Sure, there's a payphone just outside. You look like you've been through the ringer. You have no idea, I murmured, but she was already heading for the coffee pot. I didn't have any money for the payphone, and even if I did, who would I call? My parents, they'd be frantic. The police, what would I tell them? I fell into an alien portal and activated Earth's defense system. Now I need a ride home. No. I needed to figure things out first. I needed to understand what my life was now. When the coffee arrived, I savored the warmth of the mug, the rich, earthy aroma. It was a simple pleasure, but after the sterility of the Guardian's facility and the intensity of the Aegis node, it felt like a miracle. As I drank, I consciously tried to extend my senses, not with the full, overwhelming force, but subtly, gently. I could feel the faint energy signatures of the other patrons, their emotional states radiating like soft colors, a quiet happiness from an elderly couple, a faint stress from a lone truck driver, a general weariness from the waitress. It was like reading auras, but more profound, a direct connection to their inner states. I closed my eyes briefly, focusing on the distant hum of the Aegis. It was stable, a comforting presence, but there was also a subtle undercurrent of something, a tension. The entropic force was still a shadow, even if repelled. I paid for my coffee with the few crumpled dollars I found in my hiking pants pocket. It was barely enough. I thanked the waitress and headed back out into the bright morning. My car, I had to get to my car. It was my only link to my old life, my old identity. I began walking along the highway, hoping to hitchhike. It felt risky, but I had no other options. After about an hour, a beat-up pickup truck pulled over. The driver, a gruff but kind-faced man, offered me a ride to the next town, which he said had a bus station. "You look a little lost, miss," he said, his voice gravelly. "Everything all right?" "Lost my way on a trail," I lied, trying to sound as normal as possible. "Ended up much farther than I expected." He chuckled. "Happens to the best of us. This part of the wilderness can be unforgiving." I just nodded, looking out the window. The trees, the mountains, the distant gleam of a river, they all pulsed with hidden energy, a symphony only I could hear. I was a stranger in my own world. The bus station was a small, dusty affair. I used my last few dollars to buy a ticket to the nearest major city, figuring I could then find a way home to Astoria. The bus ride was a blur of noise and people. I spent most of it with my eyes closed, filtering the sensory input, trying to make sense of my new reality. When I finally arrived in the city, the sheer density of human energy was almost paralyzing. Thousands of people, each radiating their unique emotional frequencies, their thoughts a faint, distant hum in my expanded consciousness. The city's infrastructure, the power lines, the Wi-Fi signals, the myriad electronic devices, pulsed with a frantic, artificial energy that clashed with the natural, rhythmic hum of the Aegis. I found a quiet park bench trying to gather my thoughts. I needed to contact my family. They would have been worried sick. It had been how long? Days, weeks. Time had no meaning in the Guardian's facility. I found a public library, hoping for a free internet connection. The library was a sanctuary, quiet and filled with the gentle, focused energy of readers. I found an available computer and hesitantly typed my name into a search engine. The results hit me like a physical blow. Missing person, my name. My photo, grim and stark, stared back at me. The date of disappearance was 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks. My family had filed a police report. There were news articles, desperate pleas from my parents. A wave of guilt and sorrow washed over me. 2 weeks. They must have thought I was dead. I had to contact them. But how? I couldn't just call and say, "Hey, I'm back, don't worry, just saving the world from an alien threat." They would think I'd gone mad. I decided on a simple text message first, something to let them know I was alive. I found a cheap burner phone at a corner store, a relic from my old life, and with trembling fingers typed out a message to my mom. "Mom, it's me. I'm okay. I'm safe. I'll call soon." I hit send, my heart pounding. It was a flimsy message, but it was all I could manage for now. I powered off the phone, not wanting to deal with the immediate fallout. I needed time. I needed a place to stay, some money, and a plan. My old apartment was likely deserted, maybe even cleared out. My job forgotten. The Aegis hummed softly, a constant reminder of the bigger picture. I was a key bearer. I had a purpose. But how could I fulfill that purpose if I couldn't even navigate my own life? Over the next few days, I stayed low, finding odd jobs cash in hand. My enhanced perception helped me. I could often intuit what people needed before they even asked, sense faint traces of lost items, or find overlooked details. It was a strange, almost unsettling advantage. I finally called my mom. Her voice was choked with tears, a torrent of relief and worry pouring through the phone. I kept my story simple. I'd been in a hiking accident, disoriented, suffered amnesia, and had only just recovered enough to remember who I was. It was a flimsy excuse, full of holes, but she was too relieved to question it deeply. She just wanted me home. My family helped me get back on my feet. My old apartment was indeed empty, but my parents helped me find a new, small place. They were gentle, cautious, constantly watching me for signs of trauma. I played the part, feigning memory gaps, acting a little more subdued than usual. It was exhausting, living a lie, but it was necessary. How could I tell them the truth? Life slowly, painfully, began to reestablish a rhythm. I found a new job, a quiet administrative position that didn't require too much social interaction, allowing me to manage my heightened senses. I spent my evenings trying to understand the Aegis, to integrate my new identity with my old one. The Aegis hummed. It was always there, a subtle presence beneath the surface of my consciousness. I could feel the shield around the earth, a vast, intricate web of energy. I could sense its strength, its vulnerabilities, the constant, subtle microfluctuations in its field. And I could feel the other, the distant entropic force. It was still out there, a cold, predatory intelligence probing the edges of the shield, testing its strength, searching for a weakness. It was like a leviathan circling a fragile ecosystem, waiting for an opportunity. My dreams became a portal to the cosmic. I would soar through star fields, witness the birth and death of galaxies, perceive the intricate dance of dimensional planes. Sometimes I would find myself within the Aegis itself, seeing the Earth encircled by the shimmering green lattice and feeling the distant, malevolent probes of the entropic force against its surface. I would wake up in a cold sweat, the weight of the universe pressing down on me. I realized I couldn't ignore this. My training with the Guardians wasn't just about activation, it was about maintenance, about being the interface. I began to experiment. In the solitude of my apartment, I would close my eyes and focus on the Aegis. I would try to perceive the specific points where the entropic force was probing. It was like feeling pressure on a vast, invisible wall. I would then try to subtly reinforce those points, drawing upon the ambient energy around me, channeling it through my own biofield and projecting it into the Aegis. It was difficult, requiring immense concentration and leaving me drained, but it worked. I could feel the shield strengthening, the subtle flickers stabilizing. The entropic force would then retreat from that point, only to try another. It was a constant, silent battle, played out on a cosmic scale. I also discovered new abilities. My psionic resonance, as the Guardians called it, allowed me to do more than just reinforce the Aegis. I could subtly influence the world around me. A dropped pen would float back to my hand. A flickering light bulb would steady. It was rudimentary, a faint echo of the power I had wielded in the Guardians' facility, but it was there. I practiced in secret, carefully, never risking exposure. One night as I slept, the dream was different. I was not soaring through space, nor within the Aegis. I was standing in a familiar forest, the air thick with the scent of pine and damp earth. But something was wrong. The trees were sickly, their leaves a pale, dull green. The ground was cracked, dry, and in the distance, a faint, unsettling hum. I knew that hum. It was the precursor to the entropic force. I woke with a gasp, my heart pounding. It wasn't just a dream. It was a vision, a direct perception from the Aegis. The hum was localized. The entropic force was not just probing the shield. It was attempting to manifest a point of localized disruption within the planetary environment. Warning: localized energetic disturbance detected. Entropic signature strengthening. Probable manifestation of a subdimensional conduit. The node's voice, sharp and urgent, echoed in my mind. My blood ran cold. Subdimensional conduit. That meant it wasn't just trying to breach the shield. It was trying to bypass it, to create a smaller, localized tier in reality. Where? I demanded, sitting bolt upright in bed. Region Pacific Northwest. Coordinates provided. The coordinates flashed in my mind, a precise location in the vast wilderness I knew so well. It was in a remote valley, far from any established trails, an area I would have only reached after days of strenuous hiking. The Aegis was giving me a specific target. I was being called to action. I quickly dressed, grabbing my old hiking backpack. I threw in what few supplies I had: a water bottle, some protein bars, a small first aid kit. I didn't have any special gear, no advanced weaponry. Just my training, my connection to the Aegis, and my amplified consciousness. I left a vague note for my parents, saying I was going on a spontaneous solo hike, needing to clear my head. It was another lie, but they were used to my sudden disappearances by now. I drove my beat-up car, a hand-me-down from my dad, towards the coordinates. It was a long drive, taking me back to the familiar logging roads and gravel paths I knew so well. As I got closer, the air grew heavy, thick with a strange, unnatural stillness. The forest, which usually hummed with vibrant life, was eerily silent. The birds had stopped singing. The rustling of leaves was gone. And I could feel the hum growing stronger with every mile. It was a deep, resonant vibration that pulsed through the earth, through the air, vibrating in my very bones. It was the same unsettling hum I had felt just before the gate opened. I parked my car off a deserted logging road, hidden by a dense stand of fir trees. From here, I would have to go on foot. The coordinates led deeper into the wilderness, into an untouched valley shrouded in mist. As I began my trek, the forest grew increasingly unsettling. The trees were indeed sickly, their needles drooping, their bark taking on a grayish hue. The ground beneath my feet was dry and brittle, despite the usual dampness of the Pacific Northwest. Life was receding from this place. The hum grew louder, a low thrum that spoke of unnatural power. My heightened senses were overwhelmed. I could feel the decay, the draining of life force, the insidious presence of something profoundly wrong. Proximity to disruption zone, decreasing. Entropic field manifestation, intensifying. The node's voice was a cool, objective assessment of the encroaching horror. I pushed through the dense undergrowth, my heart pounding with a mixture of fear and grim determination. I was the only one who knew about this, the only one who could stop it. Finally, I emerged into a small clearing, shrouded in an unnatural, swirling mist. In the center of the clearing, something was happening. A shimmering distortion, like heat haze, twisted in the air. It wasn't fully formed, not yet, but it was growing, drawing energy from the surrounding forest. The trees nearest to it were completely desiccated, stark skeletons against the swirling mist. The grass was withered to dust. It was a nascent portal, a tear in the fabric of reality, a subdimensional conduit, and through it I could sense the icy coldness, the predatory hunger of the entropic force. This was what the Guardians had warned me about. This was the direct influence, the attempt to infect my reality. Primary objective: seal the conduit, stabilize local reality matrix, utilize focused psionic resonance to counter entropic energy, the node instructed. I took a deep breath, trying to calm the tremor in my hands. This wasn't a simulation. This was real. The fate of this valley, and potentially much more, rested on my shoulders. I stepped forward into the clearing, towards the shimmering distortion. The mist swirled around me, cold and cloying. The hum was deafening, vibrating directly in my head. I extended my hand, not physically, but with my consciousness. I focused on the conduit, on the tear in reality. I could see, with my new senses, the intricate energy patterns of the distortion, the way it was unraveling the very fabric of space-time. I began to channel my psionic resonance. I drew upon the energy of the Aegis, that vast, protective shield around Earth, and funneled it through my own biofield, directing it towards the conduit. It was like pouring pure, unadulterated life force into a wound. A shimmering green light emanated from my outstretched hand, flowing towards the distortion. As it met the unnatural twisting energy, there was a violent clash. The mist roiled, the ground trembled, and a shriek, not of sound, but of pure mental anguish, ripped through my mind. It was the entropic force, aware of my presence, aware of my intervention. It fought back. Waves of cold, dark energy erupted from the conduit, pushing against my green light, trying to overwhelm my connection. I felt its malevolence, its hunger, its desire to consume. It was a psychic assault, raw and terrifying. My head throbbed, my body convulsed under the pressure. I grit my teeth, pushing back. I saw my home, the vibrant green of the forests, the rushing rivers, the faces of my loved ones. I focused on that, on the beauty and life I was protecting. I poured more energy, more intent, more defiance into the stream of green light. The Aegis hummed in resonance with me, bolstering my efforts. I was a conduit, a living weapon against the forces of decay. The green light intensified, pushing back the dark energy. The shimmering distortion flickered, struggling against the influx of stable, life-affirming energy. The ground shook harder, and I heard the faint crack of distant trees as the battle raged. Then, with a deafening mental shriek from the entropic force, the conduit began to shrink. The shimmering distortion lessened, struggling to maintain its form. I kept pushing, every fiber of my being dedicated to sealing this wound. I imagined the fabric of reality restitching itself, mending the tear. Finally, with a soft pop like a bubble bursting, the shimmering distortion vanished. The unnatural hum subsided, replaced by a lingering stillness. The mist began to dissipate, revealing the stark, devastated clearing. I gasped, falling to my knees, utterly spent. My body ached as if I had been physically torn apart and reassembled. My head pounded, but the threat was gone. The conduit was sealed. Conduit sealed, local reality matrix stabilized, entropic energy signatures receding from sector. The node's voice, calm and resolute, filled my mind. Mission accomplished, key bearer. I was breathing heavily, tears streaming down my face from the sheer exertion and relief. I had done it. I had faced the entropic force directly, and I had won, for now. I looked around the clearing. The dead trees, the withered earth. It was a stark reminder of the cost, of what would happen if the Aegis failed. This was just one small skirmish, one localized attempt. The war was far from over. I was no longer just a hiker. I was a defender, a guardian of Earth, and my mission had truly just begun. The weight of it settled on me, immense and solitary. I slowly pushed myself up, my legs trembling. I needed to get out of this ravaged clearing. I needed to recover, and I needed to prepare, because I knew, with a certainty that vibrated deep in my soul, that the entropic force would be back. And next time it would likely be stronger, more insidious, and far more challenging to repel. My new life, a life of silent vigil and cosmic battles, had irrevocably begun. There was no escaping it now. The Aegis hummed, a constant reminder. My connection to it, my purpose, was now etched into every cell of my being. I turned and started walking, leaving the desecrated clearing behind, towards the faint promise of normal life, knowing it was a facade I could no longer fully inhabit. The forest, though still damaged, slowly began to regain some of its natural hum. The entropic silence receded. I was leaving the front lines for now, but I carried the battle within me. The world needed its protector, and for better or worse, that was me. The ache in my muscles was a deep, resonating thrum, an echo of the battle I'd just fought. Every nerve ending pulsed, and my head hammered with a dull, persistent pain. I dragged myself through the desecrated clearing, the unnatural stillness of the air a stark reminder of the entropic force's fleeting victory. The dead trees, skeletal and gray, stood as silent sentinels to a future I had narrowly averted. The further I walked, the more the forest began to whisper back to life. A faint breeze stirred the needles of the still-living firs. The distant chirping of a bird, tentative at first, then growing more confident, pierced the silence. It was slow, agonizing work, putting one foot in front of the other, each step a test of my depleted reserves. Biological parameters indicate severe energy depletion, suggest immediate rest and nutrient intake, the node's voice advised, its tone calm but firm. Understood, I rasped, my throat raw, working on it. I found my way back to the logging road, my car a welcome sight through the trees. Sliding into the driver's seat, I leaned my head against the cool window, too exhausted to even start the engine. The subtle hum of the Aegis was still there, a constant companion beneath the waves of exhaustion, a promise and a burden. It was stable. Earth was safe for now. But I knew this was just a temporary reprieve. The entropic force was intelligent, persistent. It wouldn't give up. It would learn, adapt, and return. My brief victory was merely a skirmish one in a much larger, unseen war. After a few minutes, I forced myself to start the car. The engine rumbled to life. a comforting, familiar sound that momentarily drowned out the persistent hum in my own mind. I drove slowly, carefully, the weight of the past few hours pressing down on me. Back in my small apartment, the mundane reality of my life felt utterly surreal. The stack of unopened mail, the half-empty cup of coffee on the counter, the quiet stillness of the rooms, it was all a fragile facade. I was living a lie, playing the part of a normal person while carrying the secret of the universe on my shoulders. I showered, letting the hot water soothe my aching muscles, but it did little to ease the mental fatigue. My senses, though now capable of some filtering, were still on high alert. I could feel the intricate plumbing system in the walls, the faint electrical current running through the building, the distant conversations of my neighbors, muted but present. It was a constant barrage of information, a symphony of reality that I was struggling to conduct. Sleep was a fractured thing. My dreams were a kaleidoscope of cosmic visions and flashes of the ravaged clearing, the shimmer of the conduit, the icy coldness of the entropic force. I woke up in a cold sweat, the memory of the psychic assault vivid in my mind. The Aegis hummed, a comforting presence, but also a stark reminder of my inescapable duty. The next few days were a blur of recovery and readaptation. I took a few sick days from my administrative job, feigning a bad flu. My parents, still hovering with concern from my last disappearance, sent me soup and checked in constantly. I hated lying to them, but how could I possibly explain? During my forced downtime, I began to explore my connection to the Aegis more deeply. In the quiet solitude of my apartment, I would close my eyes and focus. I could feel the vast, intricate network, the shield around Earth, like a delicate, shimmering web of energy. I could perceive the points where the entropic force had probed, the lingering echoes of its presence. It was like feeling bruises on a colossal body. I found that I could do more than just reinforce these points. I could mend them. By channeling my psionic resonance, by focusing my intent, I could actively repair the microfissures in the shield, subtly strengthening the integrity of the Aegis. It was painstaking work, requiring absolute concentration, but each success was a small victory, a reaffirmation of my purpose. Your proactive stabilization of the Aegis microfractures enhances network efficiency by 0.07%. The node informed me one evening, its voice a neutral assessment, yet I felt a surge of pride. A small percentage, perhaps, but it meant I was making a difference. I also experimented with my psionic abilities. They were subtle, a faint echo of the immense power I had wielded in the Guardian's facility, but they were growing. I learned to levitate small objects, a pen, a crumpled piece of paper across my apartment. I could generate a faint warmth in my hands or cool a glass of water. It was rudimentary, but it was a beginning. I knew I had to refine these abilities, to integrate them into my daily life without drawing attention. My life had changed irrevocably. The old normal was a ghost. My heightened senses continued to be a challenge. I discovered that I could modulate them, like turning a dial. I could consciously filter out the vast majority of ambient sensory input, bringing the world back to a manageable level. But I could also expand them, allowing me to perceive the subtle energy fields of living things, the electromagnetic pulses of electronic devices, even the faint vibrations of distant geological activity. It was like having 1,000 new eyes and ears, and learning to close most of them at will. One afternoon, while restocking groceries, my new perception saved me. As I reached for a box of cereal, I felt a sudden, sharp spike of anxiety from the elderly woman behind me. It wasn't just an emotional cue. It was accompanied by a subtle physical sensation, a flicker in her energy field. Instinctively, I turned just as she stumbled, her vision blurring on the verge of collapsing. My hand shot out, steadying her before she hit the floor. "Are you all right, ma'am?" I asked, my voice calm. Her eyes were wide with surprise and a little fear. "Oh dear, I felt a bit faint. Thank you, dear. You have such quick reflexes." I just smiled, a practiced mask, but inside I knew it wasn't reflexes. It was my augmented awareness, a gift or perhaps a curse that was slowly becoming an intrinsic part of me. The incident made me realize that my abilities weren't just for cosmic battles. They could be used carefully, subtly, to help in my everyday life. It was a new facet of my responsibility, a way to integrate my altered state without revealing my true nature. Weeks turned into months. The seasons changed, bringing the crisp bite of autumn and then the cold silence of winter to the Pacific Northwest. I maintained my quiet routine, working my job, taking long, solitary hikes to keep my body strong and to connect with the natural world, which now spoke to me in 1,000 new languages. But beneath the surface of my normal life, the silent war continued. I spent hours in meditation, my consciousness woven into the aegis. I felt the entropic force like a constant, distant pressure, probing, testing, searching. It was a patient, malevolent intelligence, observing the new barrier, learning its rhythm. One frigid winter night, the dream returned. But this time it was far more vivid, more insistent. I was not in the ravaged clearing. I was in a bustling coastal city, familiar in its architecture but subtly wrong. The air was thick with a heavy, oppressive energy. The city lights flickered erratically, casting long, distorted shadows. And then I saw it, not a single conduit, but multiple smaller tiers, shimmering like fractured reflections in the air, each one emanating the icy coldness of the entropic force. People walked by them, oblivious, their energy signatures dimming as the malevolence seeped into their environment. I woke with a gasp, sitting bolt upright in bed, heart pounding. The aegis hummed, but it was a deeper, more urgent thrum. Warning: multiple localized subdimensional incursions detected. Entropic signature manifestation. Escalating. Threat assessment. Critical. The node's voice was sharper, imbued with an unprecedented urgency. "Where?" I demanded, already throwing off the covers. "Primary incursion cluster, coastal region, approximately 350 kilometers southeast of your current location. Secondary incursions, dispersed across North American continent." A cluster, not just one, but multiple, and not just one region, but widespread. The entropic force had learned. It wasn't trying to punch a single large hole anymore. It was trying to bleed into reality through a multitude of smaller wounds, overwhelming the localized defenses. My mind raced. I couldn't be in multiple places at once. The aegis itself was the defense, but I was the active interface, the key bearer. I had to focus on the largest threat, the primary cluster. I quickly dressed, grabbing my backpack. This time I added a few more items: a multi-tool, a powerful flashlight, a compact emergency blanket. I also tucked away a small, smooth river stone I had found on one of my hikes, a simple object I had imbued with a faint, stabilizing energy. It was a small comfort, a tangible link to my power. Leaving another vague note, I got into my car. The roads were slick with ice and snow, making the drive slow and treacherous. The hum of the aegis was a constant, urgent beat, growing stronger as I approached the designated cluster. I could feel the spreading decay, the insidious draining of life force, even from hundreds of kilometers away. The coordinates led me to a remote stretch of coastline, a place of rugged cliffs and ancient, wind-battered trees. It was the dead of night, the moon casting an ethereal glow over the snow-covered landscape. The air was thick with an unnatural coldness, a pervasive sense of dread that permeated every atom. I parked my car off the narrow, winding road, hidden amongst a clump of skeletal pines. The rest of the journey had to be on foot. The ground was treacherous, covered in a fresh layer of snow that muffled my footsteps. The wind howled, carrying with it the unsettling whisper of the entropic force. As I drew closer to the designated coordinates, the scene unfolding before me was chilling. There wasn't a single clearing, but a series of small, isolated coves and rock formations, each one hosting a shimmering distortion. The air was a cacophony of unnatural energy, a grating discord that assaulted my hypersensitive hearing. These conduits were smaller than the first one, barely visible to the untrained eye, but there were at least a dozen of them, each one a tiny tear, allowing the cold, corrupting influence to seep into the world. The snow around them was blackened, the ice brittle and crumbling. The very rocks seemed to be decaying, flaking apart into dust. Entropic leakage rate increasing, local reality matrix degradation accelerating. Prioritize largest conduits for sealing, the node instructed, its voice clipped. I took a deep breath, the frigid air burning in my lungs. This was it, a direct confrontation on a scale far greater than my first mission. I moved to the first, largest conduit. It was shimmering over a tidal pool, the water beneath it a black, oily slick. I extended my hand, channeling the green energy of the Aegis, focusing my intent. The familiar clash of energies erupted, the air crackling with an almost visible force. The malevolent shriek of the entropic force tore through my mind, stronger, more coordinated than before. It wasn't just a raw pushback, it was an intelligent counterattack, probing my mental defenses, trying to break my concentration. I grit my teeth, pushing through the psychic assault. I poured my focus into sealing the conduit, visualizing the fabric of reality mending itself. The green light from my hand pulsed, pushing back the darkness. With a final, agonizing effort, the distortion shimmered and popped, fading into nothingness. I staggered back, leaning against a snow-covered rock, gasping for air. My head throbbed, my body felt like lead, but there were still 11 more. I moved from one conduit to the next, each sealing a grueling battle. The entropic force seemed to grow angrier, its psychic attacks becoming more targeted, more insidious. It tried to plant images of despair in my mind, to whisper doubts, to undermine my resolve. It showed me visions of Earth consumed, of my own insignificance against its vast, ancient hunger. But I fought back. I clung to the image of my world, vibrant and alive. I channeled not just the Aegis's energy, but my own raw human defiance, my fierce love for my home. The small river stone in my pocket, imbued with my touch, seemed to radiate a faint, steady warmth, a subtle anchor against the crushing mental pressure. One by one, the conduits were sealed. Each pop of a dissipating distortion was a small victory, but each victory left me more drained, more vulnerable. By the time I reached the last one, I was on the verge of collapse, my body shaking uncontrollably, my mind a buzzing cacophony of exhaustion and residual psychic feedback. The last conduit was located in a narrow sea cave, the sound of the ocean echoing around me. It was smaller, but seemed to pulse with a concentrated malevolence, a final, defiant stand. As I channeled the last vestiges of my energy, the entropic force erupted with a furious, concentrated roar. It wasn't just a psychic assault this time, it manifested. From within the shimmering distortion, a faint, shadowy form began to coalesce. It was indistinct, a wavering silhouette of pure darkness, but I could feel its immense power, its ancient, consuming hunger. It was a direct projection, a focused effort to break through. Panic, cold and sharp, pierced through my exhaustion. This was new. This was different. The Guardians hadn't shown me this. Warning, direct entropic manifestation detected. Counter-resonance required. Full spectrum engagement. The node's voice, for the first time, held a note of genuine alarm. Full spectrum engagement. What did that even mean? The shadowy form solidified slightly, extending a dark, tendril-like appendage towards me. I felt its icy touch, not physically, but spiritually, a draining cold that threatened to extinguish my very essence. My connection to the Aegis flickered, momentarily overwhelmed by the raw power of the entity. No, I would not yield. A desperate resolve ignited within me. I was the key bearer. The Aegis was counting on me. Earth was counting on me. I closed my eyes, delving deeper within, beyond the psionic resonance, beyond even the fierce love for Earth. I reached for something primal, something universal. I remembered the Guardian's words. Your consciousness is beginning to resonate with the underlying harmonics of this dimensional nexus. The underlying harmonics, the fundamental energies of creation. I didn't just channel energy, I became energy. I visualized the very fabric of reality, the intricate dance of forces that held everything together. I drew upon the pure, stable energy of the Aegis and amplified it with the nascent powers of my own being, with the fierce, unyielding will to protect. A brilliant green light erupted from my entire body, not just my hands. It was a beacon, a pillar of pure, life-affirming energy that pulsed through the sea cave, pushing back the swirling darkness. The shadowy entity recoiled, its form wavering, its tendril withdrawing. The clash was deafening, a silent scream of opposing forces. The cave walls groaned, water sprayed as the ground beneath me trembled violently. I felt my consciousness expand, stretching to encompass the immensity of the Aegis, the very essence of creation, and then focused it all, a blinding spear of light, directly at the shadowy entity. It shrieked, a soundless scream of pure agony that tore through my mind, threatening to shatter my sanity. The dark form writhed, struggling against the onslaught of pure energy. It was being unmade, dissolved by the sheer force of life I was channeling. Slowly, agonizingly, the shadowy form began to dissipate, unraveling like smoke in a fierce wind. The conduit, no longer sustained, flickered wildly, fighting to remain. I pushed one last, immense surge of energy, a final, desperate act of defiance. With a blinding flash and a deafening mental report, the shadowy entity was gone. The conduit winked out of existence, leaving behind only the lingering scent of ozone and the heavy silence of the sea cave. I collapsed, utterly spent, my body shaking with the force of the release. My mind felt stretched to its breaking point, my senses screaming in protest. I lay there, gasping, staring up at the dark ceiling of the cave, the roar of the ocean a distant, almost comforting sound. Direct entropic manifestation neutralized, all identified subdimensional conduits sealed, Aegis network integrity restored, threat assessment mitigated, the node's voice announced, a return to its usual calm, objective tone. Mitigated, not eliminated, never eliminated. I had done it. I had faced a direct manifestation of the entropic force and pushed it back, but the cost was immense. I felt fundamentally altered, more deeply connected to the Aegis than ever before, but also profoundly vulnerable. I was a weapon, forged in cosmic fire, but a weapon that could break. I slowly pushed myself up, using the cold, damp cave wall for support. My hiking clothes were torn and smudged with dirt and ash. My hands, still faintly glowing with residual energy, trembled uncontrollably. I stumbled out of the sea cave and back onto the rocky coastline. The pre-dawn sky was beginning to lighten, painting the eastern horizon with soft hues of gray and rose. The wind still howled, but it felt clean now, no longer tainted by the unnatural cold of the entropic force. The world around me, though still wild and desolate, began to regain its natural hum, its vibrant energy slowly returning. I looked out at the vast, dark ocean, the waves crashing against the shore. Somewhere out there, the entropic force was still regrouping, still learning, and somewhere else the guardians were watching, their silent gaze upon their active asset. My life as a secret defender of Earth was no longer just about activation and maintenance. It was about direct combat, about facing manifestations of cosmic decay. I was the front line, the only shield. I had proven I could fight, but could I endure? Could I continue to live this double life, battling cosmic horrors while trying to maintain a semblance of normalcy? The isolation was immense, the burden crushing. I made my way back to the car, each step an effort of sheer will. The exhaustion was a heavy blanket, threatening to pull me under, but beneath it all the Aegis hummed, a constant, unwavering presence. It was a part of me now, an extension of my very soul, and as long as it hummed, I would fight. My car was waiting, a symbol of my precarious link to the mundane world. I climbed in, my body screaming in protest, and leaned my head back, closing my eyes. I needed rest. I needed to recover, and I needed to prepare. Because I knew with a certainty that vibrated deep in my bones that this was just the beginning of the real war. The entropic force had tested me, and I had held firm. But it would be back, and next time it would be stronger, more cunning, and perhaps truly overwhelming. The dawn broke over the ocean, painting the sky in fiery colors. It was a new day, but it was also a new era. An era where humanity, unbeknownst to itself, was defended by a single exhausted hiker who was now something more, something far more. I was the Aegis, and the Aegis was me, and our silent vigil, our eternal battle, had only just begun. The weight of this realization settled upon me, immense and solitary, as I prepared to drive back to the city, to my quiet apartment, and to the life I could no longer fully inhabit. The drive back from the ravaged coastline was a blur of exhaustion and the dull throb of residual energy. My body ached, a testament to the colossal effort I had just expended. The icy touch of the entropic manifestation lingered in my mind, a phantom chill that no amount of heat could dispel. My hands, still faintly tingling, gripped the steering wheel, guiding the car through the pre-dawn darkness. The road was slick, but I barely registered the danger. My focus turned inward, toward the constant, unwavering hum of the Aegis. It was a quiet journey, punctuated only by the rhythmic thrum of the engine and the insistent whispers of my heightened senses. I could feel the intricate network of roots beneath the snow-covered earth, the slow, steady flow of sap within the trees, the subtle energy fields of unseen creatures rustling in the undergrowth. The world, once a simple backdrop, was now a vibrant, overwhelming tapestry of interconnected energies, and I was inextricably woven into its threads. When I finally reached my small apartment, the The first rays of dawn were painting the sky in soft hues of gray and pink. I stumbled inside, shedding my backpack and mud-splattered clothes with a weariness that went bone-deep. The apartment felt alien, a stage set for a life I no longer truly inhabited. The silence, usually a comfort, now felt heavy, punctuated by the ceaseless internal hum of the Aegis and the distant echoes of cosmic battles. Sleep was a fragile reprieve, haunted by fragmented visions of swirling darkness and brilliant green light. I woke with a gasp, the memory of the entropic entity's shriek still reverberating in my mind. The Aegis hummed, a constant, grounding presence, yet it also served as a stark reminder of the immense burden I carried. The next few days were a struggle. I called in sick to my administrative job, feigning a severe flu. My parents, still scarred by my previous disappearances, were predictably worried, calling frequently and dropping off soup. Each lie I told, each feigned cough, each carefully constructed excuse was another chip at the dwindling facade of my normal life. The guilt was a heavy weight, but the alternative, revealing the truth, was unthinkable. How could they ever understand? In the quiet solitude of my apartment, I continued my silent work. My connection to the Aegis had deepened irrevocably after the direct confrontation. I could now feel the entire planetary shield with an intimacy that was both profound and overwhelming. It was like an extension of my own body, its vastness both awe-inspiring and terrifying. I spent hours in meditation, my consciousness flowing into the Aegis, seeking out and mending the lingering microfractures left by the entropic incursions. Each mended point was a tiny act of creation, a reaffirmation of life against decay. Aegis network integrity, 99.98%, the node reported one evening, its voice a neutral assessment of my painstaking efforts. A minuscule percentage, perhaps, but it represented countless hours of focused intent, of channeling the very essence of stability into the fragile shield. My psionic abilities continued to evolve. The small objects I could levitate grew slightly heavier, my control more precise. I learned to generate small bursts of focused energy, enough to mend a faulty circuit in a lamp or to subtly alter the temperature of a drink. These were minor feats, far from the raw power I had unleashed against the entropic manifestation, but they were a steady progression, a quiet mastery of the energies now flowing through me. I practiced them in secret, in the dead of night, knowing that any public display could unravel everything. The heightened senses, though still a challenge, became more manageable. I could now filter out most of the overwhelming sensory input, allowing me to navigate crowded spaces without succumbing to the cacophony of energies. But I could also expand my perception at will, allowing me to read the emotional states of people around me, sense the subtle health imbalances in living organisms, or even trace the faint electromagnetic fields of hidden wires. It was like having a vast library of information at my fingertips, and I was slowly learning how to browse its contents without being drowned by it. One afternoon, during a solitary walk in a local park, my expanded perception saved a child. I felt a sudden, intense spike of fear and confusion from a group of nearby picnickers, coupled with a faint, frantic energy signature from a little boy. Expanding my senses, I saw the boy, barely visible, having wandered off to the edge of a steep embankment, perilously close to the icy river below. Without conscious thought, I moved, a surge of adrenaline sharpening my reflexes. I reached him just as he lost his footing, grabbing his arm and pulling him back from the precipice. "Careful there, little one," I said, my voice steady despite the tremor in my hands. The parents rushed over, breathless with relief and gratitude. I simply offered a reassuring smile, playing the role of the quick-thinking stranger. The incident reinforced the unsettling duality of my existence, a cosmic guardian one moment, a mundane protector the next, always operating in the shadows. Weeks bled into months. The bitter cold of winter gave way to the soft greens of spring, and then the vibrant bloom of summer. My routine was a carefully constructed dance between my two lives, the quiet administrative job, the dutiful daughter, the reserved friend, and the silent, solitary sentinel of Earth. But the entropic force was patient. It was learning. Its attacks shifted. Instead of direct incursions, I began to perceive subtle, insidious changes across the planet. The Aegis hummed with a different kind of tension now, a widespread spiritual corrosion rather than a localized physical threat. I felt it first as a pervasive undercurrent of despair in global energy signatures. Then, a widespread surge of anger and division, a fracturing of collective human consciousness. It was like a slow-acting poison, seeping into the collective psyche, weakening humanity from within. Political tensions escalated across the globe. Unexplained outbreaks of mass hysteria and irrational aggression plagued cities. A subtle lethargy seemed to settle over populations, a widespread sense of apathy and hopelessness. These weren't physical threats I could seal with a concentrated psionic blast. This was something far more insidious, far harder to counter. It was the entropic force attempting to create chaos, to erode the very fabric of human resilience, making the planet ripe for a larger, more direct breach. Warning: escalating global psychotropic influence detected. Entropic resonance permeating human collective consciousness. Aegis network experiencing secondary stress from internal planetary disharmony. The node's voice was grave, reflecting the unprecedented nature of this new threat. This form of influence is diffuse, not localized. Direct psionic countermeasures are inefficient. "Then what do?" I whispered, my voice thick with frustration. I felt like a firefighter facing a global wildfire, armed only with a single hose. The Aegis provides defense against external threats. Internal systemic degradation falls outside primary parameters. However, your connection as a living conduit offers unique possibilities for counter-resonance. The node responded, its words hinting at a path I hadn't yet considered. Your consciousness, now attuned to both the Aegis and humanity, can act as a stabilizing influence. Counter-resonance requires focused intent on promoting coherence and empathy within the collective consciousness. Promoting empathy: how could I, a single person, counter a global wave of despair and anger? It felt impossible, but the node's words resonated with the core of my being. My connection to the Aegis wasn't just about raw power, it was about balance, about harmony. I began to experiment. In the quiet hours of the night, I would close my eyes and extend my consciousness, not just to the Aegis, but through it to the vast, swirling energy field of humanity. It was like dipping my toe into a churning ocean. I felt the sharp edges of anger, the crushing weight of despair, the icy grip of fear. It was overwhelming, a cacophony of negative emotions. I focused on my own core, on the steady, vibrant hum of the Aegis within me. I envisioned a ripple of calm, of coherence, spreading outwards from my consciousness, touching the edges of that chaotic ocean. It was agonizingly slow, like trying to calm a storm with a whisper. Each ripple I sent out was met with fierce resistance, waves of negativity pushing back. I would emerge from these meditations utterly drained, my head pounding, my heart heavy with the weight of global suffering. But there were small victories. I would sometimes feel a faint echo of my efforts, a subtle easing of tension in a particular region, a slight lessening of the pervasive despair. It was like turning a massive ship with a tiny rudder, but it was movement nonetheless. My normal life continued to unravel, subtly, silently. I grew more withdrawn, my mind always elsewhere, always engaged in the unseen battle. My relationships with my family and friends became strained. They saw my quietness, my distance, and attributed it to lingering trauma from my accident. They tried to reach me, to offer comfort, but I couldn't accept it, couldn't explain. The isolation grew, a heavy cloak draped over my shoulders. One evening, while performing my usual global meditation, the node's voice suddenly shifted. Warning: localized escalation of psychotropic influence detected. Nexus point identified. High probability of entropic force manifestation through a new vector. Belief amplification. Belief amplification. What did that mean? The entropic force is exploiting pre-existing human divisions and anxieties, amplifying them into widespread delusion and hostile ideological conflict. The nexus point is generating powerful, self-sustaining feedback loops of negativity, threatening to tear apart the social fabric of the targeted region. A physical manifestation may follow if unchecked. "Where is it?" I asked, already pushing away the weariness, a cold dread replacing it. Region Middle East. Coordinates provided. This specific nexus point is critical due to its potential for rapid, destructive social contagion. The coordinates flashed in my mind, pointing to a bustling city torn by ancient conflicts, a place already ripe with tension and mistrust. The entropic force wasn't just subtly influencing, it was actively weaponizing human hatred and fear. I had to act and fast. This wasn't a physical portal, but a mental one, a tear in the collective psyche that could become a conduit for something far worse. I knew I couldn't just psionically blast away hatred. This required a different approach, a more delicate touch. The node had spoken of counter-resonance, of promoting coherence and empathy. This was my chance to put that theory into practice, but on a critical, dangerous scale. I booked an emergency flight, using what little savings I had. I left another vague note, this one even more flimsy, about a last-minute opportunity for a unique cultural immersion experience. My parents, while concerned, were accustomed to my sudden, uncharacteristic decisions by now. The journey was long and arduous. The constant hum of the Aegis was now a frantic thrum, reflecting the escalating tension in the targeted region. As I flew across continents, I could feel the spreading tendrils of fear and anger, a dark cloud gathering over the Middle East. My senses were overwhelmed by the intensity of the negative emotions, even from miles above. Upon landing, the city was a maelstrom of conflicting energies. The air vibrated with a palpable tension, a simmering anger that felt like it could ignite at any moment. People moved with a subtle agitation, their emotional fields radiating fear, suspicion, and a pervasive sense of injustice. It was the same underlying disharmony I had sensed globally, but here it was magnified 1,000-fold, condensed into a volatile, explosive cocktail. The coordinates led me to an ancient market district, a labyrinth of narrow alleys and bustling stalls, filled with the scents of spices, the clamor of voices, and the overwhelming current of amplified negative emotions. It was here, amidst the vibrant chaos, that I felt the nexus point. It wasn't a shimmering distortion in the air, but a twisting, oppressive psychic knot, radiating pure discord, feeding on the fear and anger of the crowd, and in turn, amplifying it. The people near the nexus point were visibly affected. Their eyes darted suspiciously, their movements were jerky, their words often laced with aggression. I could see the subtle flickers in their energy fields, the dark tendrils of the entropic influence burrowing into their minds, warping their perceptions. Nexus point identified. Entropic resonance approaching critical mass. Risk of spontaneous localized conflict. Imminent, the node warned, its voice resonating with an urgent tremor. I knew I couldn't engage in a physical confrontation here. It would be catastrophic. I had to counter the psychic influence directly, but without drawing attention. I had to promote empathy in a place where it seemed utterly absent. I found a quiet alcove, partially hidden behind a tapestry stall. I sat down, closing my eyes, and began to center myself, drawing upon the stable, harmonious energy of the Aegis. I focused my intent not on destruction, but on balance, on coherence, on the underlying unity that binds all life. I extended my consciousness gently, cautiously, towards the nexus point. Instead of pushing against the darkness, I tried to introduce light. I visualized a pure golden stream of coherence flowing from the Aegis, through me, and into the heart of the psychic knot. It was like pouring honey into a raging fire, hoping to douse it with sweetness. The immediate reaction was violent. Waves of amplified anger and fear slammed into my mind, a furious torrent of human suffering and malice. I felt the whispers of suspicion, the cold logic of hatred, the ancient grievances that fueled the conflict. It was an assault on my very soul, threatening to pull me into the maelstrom of negativity. I grit my teeth, pushing back with an act of pure, unyielding will. I didn't fight the negativity directly. Instead, I envisioned the underlying commonality of humanity, the desire for safety, for love, for peace, the shared hopes and dreams that lay buried beneath layers of conflict. I focused on the idea of shared humanity, on the fundamental resonance of life that transcended all divisions. The golden stream of coherence met the psychic knot, and for a moment nothing seemed to change. The tension in the market remained, the anger still simmered, but then I felt a faint, almost imperceptible shift. A tiny flicker of doubt in the storm of certainty, a brief pause in the relentless flow of animosity. I pressed harder, pouring more of my essence into the counter-resonance. I felt the Aegis surge with me, its vast, harmonious energies flowing through my conduit, reinforcing my efforts. This was its true defense, not just against physical breaches, but against the insidious rot of the spirit. The battle raged within my mind, a silent, unseen war for the heart of a city. I focused on individual energy signatures, gently nudging them towards balance, toward understanding. I felt the moment when a vendor, about to shout at a customer, paused instead, a flicker of patience replacing his frustration. I sensed a group of men, on the verge of a heated argument, suddenly lower their voices, a quiet resignation replacing their aggression. It was excruciatingly slow, painstaking work. Each small shift, each moment of calm, was a victory extracted from the jaws of chaos. My body trembled, sweat streamed down my face, my mind stretched to its absolute limit. But I kept pushing, one coherent thought, one shared emotion at a time. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I felt the nexus point begin to unravel. The twisting knot of negativity loosened, its hold weakening. The overwhelming cacophony of fear and anger began to recede, replaced by a duller hum of everyday anxieties. The entropic force, denied its fuel, was being starved. With a final, immense push of pure coherence, the psychic knot dissolved. The oppressive atmosphere in the market lifted, replaced by a subtle, almost palpable sense of relief. The people still bustled, still haggled, but the edge was gone. The raw tension had dissipated. A quiet calm settled over the ancient district. I slumped against the wall, utterly spent, my mind a buzzing void. My vision swam, and for a moment I thought I might pass out. Nexus point neutralized, localized psychotropic influence receding, entropic force vector disrupted. The node's voice was once again calm and objective. Mission accomplished, key bearer. This new methodology of counter-resonance is effective. I took a deep, shaky breath, the sense of the market now clear and vibrant, no longer tainted by discord. I had done it. I had faced a new, more insidious form of entropic attack, and I had found a way to counter it, but the cost had been immense. I felt stripped bare, emotionally and mentally exhausted, profoundly aware of the delicate balance of humanity. I pushed myself up, my legs trembling. The market around me was bustling, vibrant, alive. People moved with a renewed sense of purpose, their laughter echoing through the narrow streets. They were oblivious to the battle that had just been fought, to the unseen threat that had been averted. My secret life, my lonely burden, had just expanded. Not only was I Earth's shield against external physical threats, but I was also becoming its spiritual guardian, its emotional anchor. The weight of this new responsibility settled upon me, immense and solitary. I needed to rest, I needed to recover, and I needed to prepare, because I knew with a certainty that vibrated deep in my soul that the entropic force would adapt again. It would find new ways to exploit humanity's weaknesses, new vectors to spread its decay. This silent war was evolving, becoming more complex, more insidious. As I walked away from the market, blending into the crowd, a new question emerged in my mind, stark and unsettling. The Guardians had observed my progress, but they remained silent, distant. I was learning, growing, fighting these battles alone. Was this their plan, to push me to my limits, to see how far I could go? Or was there something else they were waiting for, something even bigger than these current skirmishes? I had a feeling I was about to find out. The flight home from the Middle East was even more draining than the journey there. My mind, still raw from the psychic battle, processed every shift in air pressure, every murmur of the engines, every faint anxiety radiating from my fellow passengers. I kept my eyes closed for most of the trip, trying to rebuild the fragile walls of my own consciousness, to filter out the cacophony of energies that now defined my perception. The Aegis hummed within me, a vast, complex symphony of stability and quiet vigilance, but beneath it, I could still feel the phantom tendrils of discord, the lingering echoes of the hatred and fear I had fought to dispel. My apartment, when I finally reached it, felt both like a refuge and a prison. The normalcy was a costume I had to wear, a role I had to play, but the inner reality of my existence was anything but normal. I showered, letting the water run cold to shock my senses back into a semblance of equilibrium, but the exhaustion was bone deep, a heavy cloak that seemed determined to pull me under. The next few weeks were a period of intense, solitary recovery. I took an extended leave from my job, citing a debilitating case of traveler's sickness. My parents, bless their hearts, arrived almost immediately, armed with homemade remedies and endless concern. Their presence, though well-intentioned, only amplified the crushing guilt of my deception. I smiled, nodded, made vague promises to take better care of myself, all while my inner world raged with cosmic battles. Each lie was a necessary evil, another brick in the wall separating my two lives. During these weeks, my connection to the Aegis deepened further. It was no longer just a shield I interacted with. It was an extension of my very being, its vastness contained within the core of my consciousness. I could feel the Earth's delicate ecosystems, the pulse of its magnetic fields, the intricate dance of its tectonic plates, and I could feel the subtle pressure of the entropic force, still probing, still learning, a patient predator in the cosmic dark. My meditations became less about active channeling and more about deep integration. I wasn't just using the Aegis, I was becoming it. I learned to draw ambient energy from the environment around me, not just to project it, but to revitalize my own exhausted core. It was a slow, painstaking process of self-healing, a way to replenish the vast reserves I had depleted in the fight against belief amplification. My psionic abilities also continued to evolve, subtly but powerfully. I could now project small, focused bursts of kinetic energy, enough to silently dislodge a stuck door or propel a dropped object with more force. My control over temperature became more nuanced. I could induce a subtle chill or warmth in a localized area, a useful trick for preserving food or providing comfort. And my filtering of sensory input became almost second nature, allowing me to navigate the mundane world without being overwhelmed, while still retaining the ability to expand my perception at will. The ability to project coherence and empathy, however, became my primary focus. I practiced it constantly, starting small. I would walk through a crowded grocery store and subtly project feelings of calm and goodwill, observing the faint shifts in the energy fields of those around me. I found I could de-escalate minor arguments, ease tension in long lines, and even foster a fleeting sense of shared humanity among strangers. It was a painstaking, almost imperceptible form of social alchemy, a constant, quiet battle against the subtle undercurrents of negativity that permeated human interaction. Your consistent application of coherence projection is resulting in a measurable decrease in localized psychotropic residue by an average of 0.003% within your immediate radius. The node reported one afternoon, its voice still objective, but the slight precision in its measurement felt like a subtle acknowledgement of my progress. It was a tiny percentage, but it was a positive shift, a small act of global healing. Yet despite these advancements, the isolation weighed heavily. My friends and family, noticing my continued distance, began to worry more openly. My best friend Maya confronted me one evening over coffee. "You're not okay, are you? You're fading, like you're not really here anymore." Her words, so raw and perceptive, struck a painful chord. I wanted to tell her everything, to share the impossible burden, to shatter the suffocating loneliness. But I couldn't. The risk was too great, not just for me, but for her, for everyone. I forced a smile, a hollow echo of my former self. "Just tired, Maya, a lot on my mind." She looked at me, her eyes filled with concern and a hint of frustration. "It's more than that. I feel like I'm losing you." The conversation ended with a strained hug and unspoken words hanging heavy in the air. The guilt was a searing pain, twisting in my gut. I was losing them, slowly but irrevocably. My life was no longer my own. It belonged to the Aegis, to Earth. Then the entropic force shifted its strategy again. One quiet morning, as I meditated, my consciousness woven into the Aegis, I felt it. Not a physical breach, not a psychic manipulation, but something far more insidious, a targeted erosion of knowledge. I perceived it first as a subtle flicker in global data streams, then as a widespread destabilization of information networks. It wasn't a hack, not an external attack on systems, but a slow, pervasive decay of information within the systems. Databases corrupted, critical data disappearing, historical records subtly altered. It was like a global amnesia, a deliberate attempt to undermine humanity's collective memory and capacity for rational thought. Warning: global epistemic degradation detected. Entropic force targeting collective knowledge repositories. Integrity of digital and archived information compromised. The node's voice was clipped, a rare note of urgency permeating its usual calm. This vector aims to destabilize civilization by eroding foundational knowledge, fostering widespread confusion and paranoia. My blood ran cold. This was brilliant in a terrifying way. Humanity's strength lay in its shared knowledge, its ability to build upon the past. By corrupting that foundation, the entropic force could shatter societies without a single physical blow. How do you fight the erasure of truth? Where are the primary points of infiltration? I asked, my voice tight. Diffuse, however, initial assessment indicates critical nexus points within major global data centers and archival institutions. High concentration in Northern Hemisphere, particularly North America and Europe. Diffuse again, but with nexus points. It meant I needed to target the hubs of this decay. This wasn't about physical conduits or emotional discord. This was about information, about the very fabric of shared reality. I knew I couldn't simply restore lost data. The corruption was too widespread, too insidious. I had to counter the entropic influence within the information flow itself to stabilize the integrity of truth. This called for a new application of my abilities. I focused on the concept of truth itself, on the fundamental coherence of verifiable information. The aegis, in its essence, was a structure of pure, stable energy. Could I project that stability into the realm of data? I began by targeting the nearest major data center, a sprawling, anonymous complex of server farms just a few hundred miles away. I drove there, parking my car discreetly in a nearby industrial park. The facility hummed with electricity, a symphony of processing power, but beneath it, I could sense the insidious decay, the subtle corruption seeping into its vast digital archives. I couldn't enter the facility. That would draw too much attention. Instead, I found a secluded spot overlooking the complex. I closed my eyes, extending my consciousness not just to the physical structure, but to the intricate network of data flowing within. It was like diving into a swirling ocean of fragmented thoughts and corrupted signals. I felt the entropic influence as subtle distortions, malicious algorithms, insidious bits of code designed to subtly alter, erase, or scramble information. It wasn't about deleting, it was about twisting, changing a single date in a historical document, altering a decimal point in scientific research, corrupting the metadata of a vital medical study. I focused on the core principle of integrity, of verifiable truth. I channeled the stable, coherent energy of the aegis, not as a destructive force, but as a purifying one. I visualized streams of pure green energy flowing through the digital networks, seeking out the distortions, neutralizing the corrupting influence. It was like a cosmic antivirus, meticulously scrubbing away the decay. The initial resistance was subtle, almost imperceptible. The entropic force in this domain was a master of stealth. It didn't push back with psychic screams, but with insidious confusion, with a disorienting flow of false information designed to overwhelm my focus. I felt whispers of doubt, logical inconsistencies, an endless cascade of irrelevant data flooding my mind. I gritted my teeth, pushing through the mental fog. I held onto the core concept of fact, of truth, anchoring myself in the unwavering stability of the aegis. My psionic resonance pulsed, focusing its purification on the digital realm. Slowly, agonizingly, I felt the shifts. Corrupted data stabilized, subtle alterations reversed, malicious code dissolved. Epistemic integrity within targeted data center, stabilizing, entropic contamination, receding, the node reported after what felt like hours. I slumped back, utterly spent. This was a different kind of exhaustion, a mental and spiritual drain that left my mind buzzing with residual data fragments and the ghostly touch of corrupted information. But the fight wasn't over. This was just one data center. The entropic force had targeted global knowledge repositories. I spent the next several weeks on a relentless clandestine campaign. I traveled under the radar, booking last-minute flights and driving countless miles, targeting major data centers, university archives, and national libraries across North America and Europe. Each location was a grueling battle, a test of my mental fortitude and my burgeoning ability to project coherence into the most abstract of realms. I learned to adapt. I discovered I could project a faint aura of truth, a field of epistemic integrity around my consciousness. Within this field, corrupted data would momentarily shimmer and reveal its true form, allowing me to target and neutralize the entropic influence with greater precision. It was like having a cosmic debugger, revealing the glitches in reality's code. The physical toll was immense. I lived on coffee, protein bars, and snatched moments of sleep in anonymous motels. My body thrummed with a constant, low-grade fever of overexertion. My normal life had almost completely ceased to exist. My job, my friends, my family, they were fading into the background, specters of a life I no longer inhabited. The isolation became absolute. One cold, rainy evening, as I finished cleansing a particularly stubborn archive in a European library, the node's voice came with a chilling new directive. Warning, a new, highly concentrated entropic nexus point has manifested. This is a direct spatial anomaly, unprecedented in its scale and stability. Threat level, existential. My breath hitched, existential. I had never heard the node use such a term. Location, Antarctica. A large, stable portal. Entropic force attempting full-scale planetary invasion through this vector. Guardians have initiated primary countermeasures, but require direct intervention from key bearer for localized stabilization and counter-resonance. Antarctica, a large, stable portal, planetary invasion. The words hit me like physical blows. This was it. This was the big one. All the previous skirmishes, the probing, the insidious attacks, they had been a prelude, a test. The entropic force had finally decided to go for the jugular. And the Guardians were involved. They had initiated primary countermeasures. They were no longer silent observers. This was a coordinated effort, a direct call to arms. What kind of countermeasures? I asked, my voice barely a whisper, a tremor running through my hands. Guardian vessels are engaging entropic fleets in orbital space. The Aegis is currently under immense strain maintaining containment of the primary portal's influence. Your direct interface with the Aegis is critical to prevent a catastrophic breach, the node explained, its tone devoid of emotion, yet the gravity of the situation was undeniable. Entropic fleets, orbital space. This was on a scale I couldn't even comprehend. My previous battles felt like children's games in comparison. How do I get to Antarctica? I demanded, already on my feet, my exhaustion momentarily forgotten, replaced by a surge of grim determination. The Guardian extraction team has been dispatched to your current coordinates. Estimated time of arrival, 12 minutes. My heart leaped into my throat. A Guardian extraction team. After all this time, after all the solitary battles, they were finally making direct contact. A wave of conflicting emotions washed over me. Relief, fear, anger at their silence, and a desperate hope that I wasn't truly alone. I hurried out of the library, blending into the sparse evening crowd, my senses now fully expanded, scanning the environment. Just as I reached the edge of the city, a sleek, dark craft, unlike anything I had ever seen, descended silently from the clouds. It was angular, almost impossibly stealthy, its surface absorbing the last vestiges of daylight. It landed on a deserted patch of ground, its landing gear retracting with an almost supernatural grace. A ramp descended, and two figures emerged. They were cloaked in dark, form-fitting suits, their faces obscured by polarized visors. They moved with an economy of motion, an efficiency that spoke of long training and inherent power. They were guardians. One of them, slightly taller than the other, stepped forward. His voice, modulated through his helmet, was deep and resonant, yet oddly familiar. Key bearer, we apologize for the abruptness of this contact, but the situation is dire. We need you now. I looked at them, my mind reeling. So many questions, so much unsaid, but there was no time. The word existential echoed in my mind. I simply nodded, walking towards the craft. As I approached, a flicker of recognition passed through me. The taller guardian, his gait, his subtle energy signature. It was him, the one who had guided me through the initial activation, the one who had left me to become the Aegis. He raised a hand, a silent gesture, and I followed them into the sleek vessel. The ramp retracted, and the craft ascended with astonishing speed, piercing the clouds in a matter of seconds. The interior was Spartan functional. 2 seats, one for me, and monitoring equipment. The Guardians remained silent, focused on their displays. I strapped myself into the seat, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I looked out the viewport. Earth was shrinking below us, a swirling marble of blue and white, its fragile beauty stark against the inky blackness of space. And then I saw it, the Aegis. It was no longer a subtle hum, no longer an invisible lattice. It was a shimmering, pulsating green sphere, almost visibly strained, sparks of energy arcing across its surface. And outside it, in the void of space, were tiny pinpricks of light, countless them, moving with predatory intent. Entropic fleets, they were real. Key bearer, we are initiating direct communication channel with Guardian Command, the node's voice announced, cutting through the silence of the craft. A new voice, calm and authoritative, filled my mind, but it was familiar. It was the voice of the Elder Guardian, the leader from my training facility. Key bearer, we recognize the immense burden we have placed upon you, and for that we offer our deepest apologies. There was no other way. You were the only one who could truly become the interface. Your journey has been arduous, but you have proven yourself beyond our highest expectations. His words, though a long-awaited acknowledgement, offered little comfort. Why now? I projected back, my voice laced with a lifetime of frustration and loneliness. Why leave me alone for so long? Your growth required self-discovery, uninfluenced by our direct intervention. You had to internalize the Aegis to make it truly your own. Our direct intervention would have altered the organic nature of your connection, rendering you less effective against the evolving threat, the Elder Guardian explained, his voice measured. But that time has passed. The entropic force has escalated to a full-scale invasion. Your role now shifts from solitary defender to central conduit in a global, multi-dimensional defense. The guardian beside me, the taller one, finally spoke, his voice no longer modulated, but deep and familiar. We observed your integration, your resilience, your ingenuity. Each challenge you faced, each new entropic vector you countered made you stronger, more adaptable. He paused, then removed his helmet, revealing a kind, weathered face etched with a quiet intensity. It was indeed him, my original guide. My name is Kale, and I am honored to fight alongside you. He looked at me, a flicker of genuine respect in his eyes. The other guardian removed their helmet too, revealing a stern, focused woman. I am Lyra. We are your direct support. This is where the real war begins, Key Bearer. I looked from Kale to Lyra, then back to the shimmering, embattled aegis outside the viewport. The real war. My silent vigil had led to this, to a desperate global conflict against a force that sought to unravel all of creation. The craft hurtled through the atmosphere, streaking towards the vast, white expanse of Antarctica. Below us, the ice glowed under the dim lights of what looked like a massive, temporary military base, a flurry of activity around a central, pulsing point of unnatural darkness. Proximity to primary entropic portal, decreasing. Aegis containment field over portal area is at critical stability. Your direct counter-resonance is required to stabilize the field and repel the manifestation, the node announced, its voice now overlapping with the Elder Guardian, S. What exactly am I walking into? I asked, my voice barely a whisper, a mixture of fear and adrenaline coursing through my veins. Kale turned to me, his face grim. A breach, a direct gateway. The entropic force is trying to tear a hole in our reality, large enough for its full might to pour through. Our orbital defenses are holding the main fleet, but this groundside portal is the beachhead. Your connection to the Aegis is the only thing that can stabilize this rift from within. Lyra added, our ground teams are establishing a perimeter, but they can only contain the physical leakage. Your abilities are required to mend the tear in reality itself. The craft began its descent, landing softly on a prepared pad amidst a flurry of snow and ice. The cold was immediate, biting, but I barely registered it. My senses were fixed on the ominous, swirling vortex in the distance, a massive, shimmering distortion that pulsed with an icy malevolence, radiating raw entropic power into the pristine Antarctic landscape. It was larger, more terrifying than anything I had ever faced, a true portal, and through it I could sense the endless, hungry void, the very essence of decay straining to break free. This was the front line. This was the moment I had been prepared for unknowingly for so long. I looked at Kale and Lyra, their faces set with grim determination. They were ready. The Guardians were finally here, and so was I. Lead the way, I said, my voice steady, resolve hardening in my soul. There was no turning back, no more solitude. The war had arrived, and I was at its heart. The ramp descended with a hiss, revealing a blizzard-swept landscape bathed in the stark, unnatural light emanating from the distant portal. The air hit me like a physical blow, a cold beyond anything I'd ever experienced, sharp with ozone and the metallic tang of strained reality. Survival suits materialized in the hands of Kale and Lyra, offered to me with an unspoken urgency. I pulled on the heavy, insulated fabric, feeling the Aegis within me adjust, preparing for the extreme conditions. The portal's influence is contained within a guardian energy barrier for now, Kale's voice, modulated by his helmet, cut through the wind. But the strain is immense. It's a temporary measure to slow the blade, We need to reach the central stabilization point within the containment field. Lyra pointed towards a distant, shimmering wall of energy that pulsed with an agitated green light, holding back a swirling vortex of absolute darkness. That's our target. Inside, the entropic manifestation will be at its strongest. We moved a trio of silhouettes against the blinding white. The ground was treacherous, wind-scoured ice punctuated by frozen rocks. Guardian teams in their own specialized gear were scattered across the frozen expanse, their weapons trained on the pulsating barrier, ready for anything that might break through. Their presence was a stark reminder that this wasn't just my battle, it was humanity's last stand. As we neared the containment field, the ground began to tremble, a low growl emanating from the portal. The Aegis hummed within me, no longer a gentle pulse, but a roaring torrent of energy, desperate to push back the encroaching void. Aegis containment integrity, rapidly deteriorating. Pressure on reality matrix, critical. Direct intervention required within 90 seconds, the node warned, its voice edged with a new, frantic urgency. "We're out of time," Kale said, his strides lengthening. "Full sprint, key bearer." I pushed my exhausted body, drawing on every reserve. The cold was a secondary concern. The growing dread emanating from the portal was far more chilling. As we breached the shimmering green barrier, the true horror of the rift became clear. It was a swirling vortex of pure nothingness, a gaping maw in the fabric of existence. Within its depths, shadows writhed, coalescing into indistinct, titanic forms, the nascent shapes of the entropic fleet that were still held at bay in orbit, trying to force their way through. The air inside the containment field was thick with the scent of decay, the very ice beneath our feet crumbling into black dust. And at the heart of the vortex, a colossal, shadowy figure began to manifest, its form wavering between solid darkness and sheer void. It was far grander, far more terrifying than the projection I had faced in the sea cave. This was a true avatar of the entropic force, radiating an ancient, crushing hunger that threatened to extinguish all light, all life. Primary entropic avatar manifesting. Counter-resonance required for portal destabilization, the node stated, its voice now intertwined with the Elder Guardians, a desperate plea in their combined tone. Keybearer, focus your full spectrum integration. Channel the Aegis through your being, not as a weapon, but as a singularity of pure coherence. Bind the portal, unmake the avatar. Kale and Lyra moved into flanking positions, their own weapons glowing with guardian energy, preparing for a direct assault on any smaller manifestations that might emerge or to draw the avatar's attention. "We'll buy you time, key bearer," Kale shouted, his voice strained. "Unleash it." I closed my eyes, pushing out all thought, all fear. The sheer scale of the avatar was overwhelming, but I would not yield. I delved deeper within, past the fear, past the exhaustion, past even my fierce love for Earth. I reached for the core of the Aegis within me, the universal harmonics, the fundamental energies of creation that had been my anchor, my shield, my very essence. I wasn't just channeling energy anymore. I was the Aegis. My consciousness expanded, stretching to encompass the vast, shimmering green sphere of Earth's defense, intertwining with its ancient power, its unwavering purpose. I felt the pulse of every living thing Kale and Lyra were protecting, the quiet hum of every system I had worked to restore, the intricate dance of every truth I had fought to preserve. All of it flowed through me, a singular, brilliant point of defiant life. A searing green light erupted from my entire being, far brighter than anything I had unleashed before. It wasn't a mere glow. It was a pillar of pure, concentrated life force, anchoring itself into the shifting realities of the portal. The avatar shrieked, a soundless scream that tore through my mind, a symphony of cosmic agony and fury. It turned its amorphous head towards me, its form flickering, distorted by the immense influx of counter-energy. The clash was titanic, a silent, cosmic war within the small containment field. The ground cracked, fissures racing outwards from my feet, glowing with emerald light. The ice around us hissed and boiled, turning to vapor. Kale and Lyra braced themselves, their own energy fields flaring, pushing back against the waves of raw entropic decay that radiated from the avatar. I opened my eyes, my vision not seeing with light, but with pure energy. The avatar was a vortex of chaos, a tear in the fabric of what is. My power, the Aegis made manifest, was pure coherence, pure stability, the essence of creation. I didn't try to destroy it with force. I tried to unmake it, to unravel its very existence by asserting the fundamental order of the cosmos. I pushed, pouring every atom of my being, every spark of the Aegis into the counter-resonance. I felt the mental whispers of the entropic force, now desperate, clawing at my mind, trying to plant seeds of doubt, visions of my insignificance, of Earth's inevitable demise. But I held firm. I was no longer a single, exhausted human. I was the nexus of creation and protection, a living embodiment of defiant life. The avatar writhed, its colossal form beginning to fray at the edges, dissolving like smoke. The portal itself, no longer sustained by the avatar's presence, began to fluctuate wildly, shrinking and expanding, a desperate gasp for existence. Stabilize the rift, close the portal. The Elder Guardian's voice boomed through my mind, pushing me past my breaking point. One last impossible surge. I envisioned the entire universe, a perfect tapestry of interconnected energies, and then focused that image, that ultimate coherence, into the heart of the portal. I poured my soul into mending, into closing, into asserting the supremacy of being over unbeing. With a blinding flash that eclipsed the very sun and a deafening, reality-shattering crack that echoed through my mind, the entropic avatar imploded. The portal, deprived of its anchor, collapsed inward, shrinking into a pinprick of darkness, then winking out of existence entirely. Silence descended, absolute and profound. The unnatural cold receded. The glowing green barrier flickered, then dissipated. The world was once again just vast, pristine white and biting Antarctic wind. I collapsed, utterly spent, my body screaming in protest, my mind a blank void of exhaustion. The Aegis within me was a faint, tired hum, but it was there, whole and unbroken. Kale and Lyra were beside me in an instant, helping me up. My suit was scorched, my hands trembling uncontrollably. Primary entropic portal neutralized. Entropic avatar unmade. Aegis network integrity stable. Threat assessment mitigated, the node announced, its voice calm once more, but with an underlying current of immense relief. "You did it, Keybearer," Kale said, his voice filled with awe and respect. He helped me stand, Lyra offering a steadying hand. I looked at the pristine, untouched snow where the vortex had been moments before. No lingering shadow, no scent of decay. It was as if it had never existed, but I knew the cost. Your full spectrum integration has proven capable of direct interdimensional repair and manifestation negation. The Elder Guardian's voice returned, now clear and strong. The immediate invasion is repelled. The entropic fleet in orbit is retreating. Our work here is concluded for now. Prepare for extraction. I looked at Kale and Lyra, their faces visible now as they removed their helmets. They were still grim, but there was a flicker of something new in their eyes, respect, and perhaps a touch of camaraderie. "Is it over?" I whispered, the words catching in my dry throat. Kale shook his head, a wry smile touching his lips. "Never truly over, Key-bearer. The entropic force is ancient, relentless, but we bought ourselves time. You bought us time, and you proved that it can be pushed back." Lyra placed a hand on my shoulder. "You are no longer just a key-bearer. You are a defender, a nexus of life, and you are not alone." The sleek guardian craft descended once more, landing softly on the ice. This time, as I walked towards it, I didn't feel the same isolation, the same crushing burden. The battle had been horrific, nearly unmaking me, but I had faced it with allies, and I had emerged fundamentally changed but whole. Inside the craft, as we ascended, I looked out at the earth below. The Aegis, no longer visibly strained, shimmered subtly around the planet, a vibrant green beacon of life. The tiny pinpricks of entropic fleets were indeed gone, receding into the inky blackness. The Guardians had been silent observers, pushing me to evolve, to internalize the Aegis. And now I understood why. I was not just a channel, I was an extension, a living part of the defense. My consciousness, forged in cosmic fire and tempered by solitary battles, was the key to wielding its full power, to adapting to every new entropic vector. The war would continue. I knew that with a certainty that vibrated deep in my soul. There would be more breaches, more insidious attacks, new challenges I couldn't yet imagine. But I would not face them alone. The Guardians were here, and I was their vanguard, the bridge between humanity and the cosmic forces that protected it. My life as a secret defender of Earth was no longer just about activation and maintenance, or even about direct combat. It was about balance, about coherence, about being the living heart of a planetary shield. It was a burden, yes, immense and solitary in many ways, but it was also a purpose. As the craft pierced the atmosphere, charting a course back towards civilization, I closed my eyes. I was exhausted, but within me the Aegis hummed a steady, unwavering song. It was a part of me and I a part of it, and together we would endure. We would fight for Earth, for life. The battle had been won, but the eternal vigil, the true defense, had only just begun. I was ready.